の国、そしてこの街は本当に素晴らしい、場所だなと今実感しております。
I would like to change the narrative in this press conference. Normally, the media asks the fighter and the team questions, but I would like to ask the media, the WBC, the WBO, and the Japan Boxing Commission a few questions.
そして、普段この、記者会見というのは私たちが質問を受ける立場ではありますけれども、WBC、WBO、そして JBC、自分の方からもいろいろと聞いていきたいと思います。
Hopefully, they will answer these questions with honor and dignity. I was told that the people of Japan hold their honesty, integrity, and dignity at a high standard.
私もこの質問に皆さんが真摯に答えてくれることを望みます。また日本の皆さんは威厳を持って、そして自分たちに誇りを持った国民だと私は聞いております。
With that being said, I would like to ask the media a very important question. What is one of the most important things involved in the fighters? Both fighters, what is the most important things? And I would like to answer respectfully. What is one of the most important things involved in the fighters?
そしてその質問というのは、この試合を開催するにあたって、この2人のファイターがリングに上がって対峙するにあたり、最も大切なものは何でしょうかという質問です。どなたかこの質問に答えていただける方はいらっしゃるでしょうか。最も重要なものは何でしょうかという質問です。
Okay, so with that being said, that was a good one. That answer. I spoke with Fulton in regards to my concern, and Fulton asked me not to discuss concern, not to discuss my concern. So in quote, Fulton said, I don't care to hear bricks in his gloves, I will still win. As I admire Fulton's courage, I have to do my job as a trainer and look out for his safety.
私が今、このように発言をしているのも、我々は全力をかけて、そしてスティーブン・フルトンそのもの、この本人がこの試合に向けて真剣に取り組んでこの試合に来たということです。
I have a safety concern that I would like to address. In previous fights, INOUE his team has wrapped his hands with excessive amount of tape on his skin, then placing gauze and more tape, which creates a cast.
というのも、前回の試合では自分たちにとってあまり納得のいってない結果にもなり、自分たちにとってはこの試合こそしっかりとクリーンに行っていきたいと思っています。
This is not an assumption, I have proof. We could also wrap our hands in the same fashion, but then again, where is the level of safety for the fighters?
そしてこの試合そのものが選手たちのレベル、そして選手たちの質を下げることのないようになります。
If this issue isn't resolved, I will not let my fighter into the ring.
そしてこのような問題がまだまだ起こるようでしたら、選手たちがリングに上がる意味がなくなってくると思います。
We are already behind enemy lines. We have made no request, nothing at all. We have not even asked for a rematch. This is the only request that I'm demanding.
ということで、自分の今発しているものがしっかりと耳に届き、そして改善されることをここでしっかりと発言しておきたいと思います。
I would like for the hand wraps to be wrapped in a safely manner, not put tape on the hands or on the skin. The gauze go on the hands, and then the tape goes on the hands. Thank you very much for your time. Japan is an amazing country. I really appreciate you guys for all your hard work that you have been doing, and thank you very much.
ということを踏まえた上で、自分たちの試合前のグローブをはめる前の自分の手がラッピングされるときに何の疑問も持たずに、そして安全な方法でなされること、そしてセーフ、安全、そして安心して試合が行えることを願っております。皆様こちらの時間もありがとうございました。日本のファンの皆さん、そしてメディアの皆さんもご清聴ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。では続きまして、挑戦者井上尚弥選手にお話を伺いたいと思います。
Yo, 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 ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Stephen Fulton, this should not be doing in front of the world. They could have spoke about this behind the scenes. But actually, the people that represent Stephen Fulton, they wanted to do it on a media press thing. Now, watch what INOUE was doing while they were talking about that. Go watch it on fight hype, respect to fight hype. Go watch what Inoue was doing while Stephen Fulton's team was complaining that they're a bit shook, that the tape might go on Inoue's skin. They're saying that we don't want the tape in a certain way, or we're going to pull out. Stephen Fulton's going to pull out. So let me just say this, bro. They could have done this quietly, but they're doing this openly so they can really tell the Japanese, please make sure like there's nothing that is a bit dodgy here. Hey, bro. In a way, the monster was laughing. Bruh. Inoue was laughing, bruh. He was laughing. He was like, okay, these guys are a bit shook. And I don't know what's going on here. But they could have done this really quietly, bro. Why did they need to do this in front of everyone? Even if there's proof or something about the glove or anything about the glove, that they don't like the way that the glove is being put on, they could do this nicely, professionally, corporately. They can do this. They got their representatives. But they're trying to shame Inoue in front of the world on the fucking screen, on the press conference, and Inoue's a kind of bit laughing about it. What do you think about this? Now, these things, should they be spoken about on a press conference? Should they be speaking about this on a press conference? Should they not be dealing with this professionally through their managers, through their representatives, through their lawyers and their attorneys? I'm just saying, bruv, you tell me. Why are they putting this on the press conference? So look, they're trying to say they don't like the way that the gloves are being taped in the way that Inoue wants it taped. Certain little aspects. And Inoue's laughing about it, saying, all right, I don't know what's going to, obviously they want the gloves in a certain way. Right? They want the gloves the same way that it's supposed to probably be. Now, I don't know why they would do this on the screen in front of the world on a press conference. You normally hear these things behind the scenes. I don't know. Now, you tell me, bruh. They said that if the gloves are not sorted out in the way that the gloves are getting taped, then Stephen Fulton, they will pull him out the fight. Stephen Fulton will pull out the fight if the gloves are not taped in a certain way. You get me? Now, I just saw this on Fight Hype. I just played it. I played it for you guys, right? You heard it. You heard this yourself, yeah? I told you Fight Hype put this up. So I don't know anything else. All I'm doing is last minute, I'm looking at Fight Hype. They put this up about 37 minutes ago. Right? 37 minutes ago about how they're not happy in the way that Inoue will tape the glove. Or it's going to be the tape should not touch the skin and all these things. But yo, I don't know, man. Inoue is laughing about it. Hey, listen, this shit's going to pop off. Now this is like, okay, we want to make sure that the Japanese guy is 100% clear. Stephen Fulton and his team are definitely making sure that Inoue is not going to be using any methods. They do not want Inoue to use any methods, right? Any methods that works for him. In other words, if the fucking glove is not meant to be taped in the way that it's got to touch the skin or whatever they're talking about, I don't know the exact details, right? But hey, listen, they're just putting it out there. Hey, better make sure the Japanese guy don't cheat with me. Better make sure that the Japanese guy better not cheat with me. But yo, let me have a look who's in the chat. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and support the channel. Hit a super chat if you want. Do what you gotta do. And let me just continue. Let me see who is in the channel, bro. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna get cooking in a minute. Just give me 1 minute. Let me get my brethren Tunde over here. Let me have a look who's in the chat.
What up?
How are you?
I'm great.
Can we meet you?
My name is Tunde Tupac, aka the Rap Killer,
Tunde Tupac.
the Rap Flexer, Kiremo.
Your name is
Tunde Tupac.
Tunde Tupac.
You can write the Rap Killer there.
But Tunde is your
It's
name.
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Tunde, with your dressing, I know the kind of song that you're about to present.
Yes.
So you want to tell us about it?
Just rap game. I kill the rap game because the haters want us down, but they're not gonna get us.
You don't
Calm
need to
down.
tell us about the haters now.
Rappers, right? You're a
Yes.
rapper.
Rapper.
Good. Let's hear you.
Check it. Ha check it. Ha check it. Check it. Check it. I rule everywhere. I rule. They want to take me down, but they cannot take me down. Yeah. I rule New York. I rule Lagos to Atlanta. You.
All right. Enough of Tunde for right now. You know what I mean? Let me see who's made it over here. So, yo, breaking news. Stephen Fulton's team. Stephen Fulton threatened to pull out the fight if the gloves are not tapered or taped in a certain way. But, yo, Danny Medina. Big up to my brethren, Danny Medina. Bacon and eggs. Aussie. Australia in the motherfucking house, bro. Tip Bayliss. What's happening, brother? Pound for pound king. The only pound for pound that is in the channel we recognize is king. Pound for pound king. Yo, what's happening? I don't know, my brethren here. Miles? Yes, Miles. What's going on? Edward Flex. What's happening, bro? Salute. Yo, boxing scientists in the house. The Urge. Yes, mate. Big fights coming up next week. Don't forget it. Big fights coming up next week. Yes, man. What's going on, N Boxing? Don Ramon. LOL. What's happening? Hey, Nanito Donaire and Rachel. Yes, Nanito. What's going on, boss, man? Hey, champ. I don't know what's going on, man. We're trying to get you on the channel. I definitely want to ask you about the gloves. You know what I'm saying? Rachel as well. So I ain't heard from you guys. Maybe you guys can either hit, if you want to hit the link, or we can set up the link on the email. You know what I mean? Or I can get my phone card. But I don't think that, you know, so let me know if you want to come and chop it up with us. But yeah, Nanito, what's going on with the gloves? What's going on with your boy Fulton, bro? Fulton's complaining that he don't want the gloves a certain way. Was you complaining? Was Nanito complaining? Was Rachel complaining when they fought in a way? Did they see a certain problem with the glove? Did they see that the glove was attached to the skin where the tape should not be taped in that way? Because the only people that can tell us is the people that fought him. Now, we know that Rachel was obviously there. She's managing Nanito Donaire. So I would like to know, did you see anything in the gloves that you needed to complain about behind the scenes? You know what I mean? But Nanito Donaire don't give a fuck. I'll tell you the truth about him, I think. He wants to fight. Stephen Fulton's complaining and his people are complaining. They should be doing this behind the scenes. They're trying to complain like it's some news broadcast. Why they don't just deal with this properly and professionally instead of doing it on a press conference? You know? You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I like to know about the facts of what you saw. Let me send Rachel the link. And we get Nanito here Sunday, she said, I think, or even maybe now. Give me a sec. I mean, I want to know, why is there such a complaint? Because I did not hear Nanito complain. He never complained. Jason Maloney ain't complained. Rodriguez hasn't complained. Butler never complained. Why is the bigger guy, the man Stephen Fulton, complaining in front of everyone? Yo, what's going on, Rachel? Or is it Nanito? But yo, what's happening, Denise?
Nothing.
What's
We're
going
just
on,
eating
stranger?
dinner.
Stranger? You're a
I
stranger
know, I
now?
know.
Nah,
No,
you've
we
been
haven't
busy.
gone anywhere.
Nah, you've been
Yeah, I
busy.
mean, it was really crazy, last week being in fight week, then not in fight week, right? So there was a lot of stuff we had to take care of because we had people flying out, of course. We had fans flying out, changes in hotel and dates, and just a lot of logistical movements. Totally grateful for the opportunity, but it did put a lot more work on my plate. So, yeah.
So it looks like we're going to have to catch up with everything what's going on behind the scenes and with the champ, everything you've been doing on Sunday. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay,
that's what Nonito said.
so let's leave all that for Sunday then. Is that all right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about what we're talking about, Rachel. You was there, and also, I'm just getting a message now that Japan have little slightly different rules to the United States or United Kingdom in certain things. Is there certain different rules that they have over there?
I don't know. Like, the thing is that we looked for the. Let me see. The first time that we fought in Japan, for the INOUE fight, the first time, 5 minutes before Nonito was supposed to walk out, they said Nonito couldn't wear leggings. Those leggings Nonito always wears. And but Japanese commission was in there the entire time in our locker room. They saw him dress up. They saw him put on his groin protector, his trunks, his shoes, his gloves, everything. But 5 minutes before the ring walk, they said that it's not allowed. And I argued with Japanese commission at that point because I was like, you had your commissioners in the dressing room. They didn't say a damn thing. Nonito's all taped up and you want him, he's supposed to walk out in 5 minutes. You want him to take off everything. And at that point, Nonito had, had it with me arguing with the commission. And he's like, you know what? Screw this. I'm not going out. So, of course, that at that point, they were like, well, it's against Japanese commission, but, we would just let it go this time kind of thing. And, the fight went on. So we've never seen any rules. Like you could, I mean, but even at the UK, I think it's the UK, commission, like their rules are online, and I'm using air quotes right now. But you couldn't, like the sauna rule is not in there. The sauna rule is they give it to you, a paper to give to you that you're supposed to sign that you understand you're not supposed to do X, Y, and Z. So that's not in the commission rule. So like even if it was in the rule, like, or it wasn't in there, they could also, give you a paper that says these are not allowed. I didn't get to hear the full scope of the fight hype thingy. I only walked in when they're talking about the tapes. Were they talking about the gloves or the tape?
I think they're more edging towards the tape that goes on the glove that should not be on the skin, right? I could be wrong, but I have to detailedly
Okay,
hear
so
that
that's
interviews.
no. That's the wrap, because from what I'm seeing in
Yeah,
the
that's the
chat, they
wrap.
were saying,
The wrap.
yeah. So I don't. Okay, we were supposed to wrap at different times, for the second fight, but Inoue ended up wrapping early.
Yeah,
So
but
by
who
the
did you
time
send? Who did you
I
send?
sent Jelena there,
So
but by
Jelena
the
looked
time,
at how his hands were wrapped, right?
yeah, but by the time she got there, I think the layer was already there, and then they were already putting on gauze. So we didn't know how many layers was already put down or whatever, but it wasn't until after the fight that everyone was kind of, I guess, like people like even Liam Smith was like on Twitter saying that, you know, it was a full wrap. Like, did you guys see the telecast? And we didn't see the telecast. We, you know, that we only get to see the fights on the telecast when they're showing it in the locker room. So on replay, after, like, everybody was kind of talking about it, but I mean the fight's already done. There was nothing. What were we going to complain about at this point? But I don't know what their rule is. Like, I tried to look after, but I still can't find anything that's that I could understand that this is how they
But can I
rap.
ask you simply, right? I don't even think it. I'm not saying that you guys ain't strategically on every little detail, that you ain't professional to that point. But I don't think Nonito is that fast if he's fighting in a way that the rap has that much of a tape. I don't think that you guys, or I might be wrong, would have had this kind of a conversation in front of a press conference. It would have be done professionally and not as a way like to how these guys did it on this press conference. I may be wrong, I'm not sure. But you tell me how you would have handled that. Is that something that Nonito would have looked into? Or he would have said, fuck it, I'm fighting this guy. I can give a fuck about his tape on extra tape. I don't know. You tell me.
It just depends on, you know, what Nonito you get. I mean, you'll get Nonito that's like, doesn't matter, you know, if the guy comes in overweight, doesn't matter this, doesn't matter that, I'm still gonna fight. Then you have the guy that where we went up against INOUE in the glove selection, and INOUE, so they put the gloves on the table, and ours were sealed, and INOUE's weren't. And so I brought it to Nonito's attention, and he said,
Yeah.
it's fine, like, whatever. And then he selected his gloves. INOUE switched out Nonito's gloves. So Nonito's like, why are they fucking with my gloves? And they're like, well, there's not enough padding on it. He's like, this is what came from the manufacturer. And so they kind of went back and forth, and he's like, you really gonna fuck with my gloves? And Nonito looked at me. I go, his gloves were unsealed. They walked into the commission unsealed gloves, and like there was no seal. It wasn't sealed for the manufacturer.
But then what
So,
happened?
well, then we fought about it. I told Nonito Nonito kind of still was spitting back and forth to their team, and then Richard and I took it over. I told Nonito to go, and they're like, well, you know, you could check these gloves and all these stuff. And I was like, we could weigh it, and I still don't know if you already used it in, right? Like, it's supposed to be unused. You couldn't break in your gloves prior to the locker room.
Mm.
And they were like, well, we can't we can't get a new pair in time. And I was like, that's not my problem. Figure it out. And about 10 minutes later, here comes 2 new wrapped gloves, sealed gloves. And I mean, this is, and anyone that's saying like, oh, she's talking shit, I was accidentally live. And what I mean by accidentally is I left the camera on from the weigh-ins, from pre-weigh-ins to weigh-ins to the glove selection. I just left it on. And so this entire conversation was recorded, which they weren't very happy about, but I mean, it happened. So
You guys did obviously not make a big thing out of it.
no, I mean, whatever happened in that fight, no matter what happened prior, it's not going to change what the outcome of the fight was. So I mean, we'll you know, that's why we disappeared for a bit, because we needed to recollect and figure out what went wrong, and those are some of the things that went wrong, and what we needed to improve on. So it is what it is, you know.
Is it somehow now that you hear this a lot, that you know, Stephen Fulton's going to INOUE's backyard? They're saying that, well, you know, they were saying this before, that, you know, maybe INOUE is going to cheat because it's his backyard. That's what you're hearing here and there, right, on this YouTube. But now you've seen Stephen Fulton's team and the people who represent him saying these kind of things. How do you feel about that? Like, that's not your approach. That's that, right? And for something that they're talking about on that on the rap, is that concern? Is that concerning? Is that something that Nonito would be that concerned about as well? That he
I mean,
would have pulled out?
I think with the one, like, there's a video that someone, there's one or two videos, and they're just shorts, right? On YouTube that I came across a while ago, and then I totally forgot about it. And then when you guys were talking about it, I looked it up. I'll post it again. And so this that video apparently shows a full wrap on skin. And I know to a certain extent, different states have different rules on how much like layers you can have, like
Yeah, but in
on the
that rap,
skin.
where could you get away with it in that rap? Where are the rules okay for you to do that?
Can you do a full wrap on? Okay, no, Nito's shaking his head. No, he doesn't know of any state that does a full wrap and then gauze and then full wrap. It's
So
only one layer.
there's nowhere that there's no other countries that follow that rule.
No, not that we know of, and none of the states do. Not a full wrap. Like you could do a layer tape, just one layer, and then gauze, and then the top layer, but not a full tape, a full hand wrap. You could do that after the gauze. After the gauze, yeah. So you can't do. Basically, you can't make two casts, right? Like
Pretty much cast it his head.
So
pretty much
Champ,
cast.
so did he make that full rap with you, Champ? Did he make the same rap that the rap that Stephen Fulton don't want? He did the rap with you. Is that what happened?
That's the rap that we saw on the footage after the fight that everyone was pinging me about. They're like, "Didn't you see his rap?" So I was like, "No." They were supposed to rap. We were supposed to rap at like 7:10. They were supposed to rap at 7:45. They ended up rapping the exact same time.
So why was that rap not made a big thing out of with Nonito that now they're making a big thing out of it with Stephen Fulton?
Well, we didn't see our person when we found out that they were rapping, they already were on the gauze. So we didn't know how much tape was underneath that gauze, and commission, quote unquote, was there, right, to oversee the safety of the fighters and abide by the rules. And I'm using air quotes again. But we didn't see the full cast wrap till someone posted it on the internet. I know people were talking about it, but they're like, "Did you see the telecast?" I'm like, "No, I was ringside." Like, I mean, I was in the locker room and ringside. We didn't have a telecast in the locker room to see what's going on in the other locker room. We only see the fights that are going on.
And they're also a bit thinking like, how come INOUE does this in front of the cameras in Japan, and there has never been a problem about it?
I don't know.
And now Stephen Fulton's team is definitely putting it out there. It hasn't been a concern, and it hasn't been anything erased.
Well, like I said, like we don't know what Japan's rule is. Maybe it is legal in Japan's commission's rule. I don't know because I can't read Japanese, and I haven't found anything on the internet. Like I said, you could go to UK's boxing website, and there's rules and regulations there. I can't find Japanese boxing commission. Like you could try to go look for it. I've looked, and I couldn't find anything on the rules and regulations.
Yeah, but
so I don't know.
There has to okay, look, there's attorneys out there for that, isn't it?
Huh?
There's attorneys out there who specialize just for that.
For finding commission paperwork online?
Or of course, to be able to raise concerns in order for if this is acceptable within the Japanese commission. There's
correct, but you're not. First of all, you don't bring lawyers to fights. That's one. Two, they're not going to call in a lawyer.
Who's this person speaking for Stephen Fulton?
It sounds like his trainer. I didn't see the fight hype video. So if I see the fight hype video, I might be able to tell you, but it sounds like his trainer's voice.
Right.
But like I said, like until someone can, cite a paragraph and line number on the Japanese Boxing Commission on rapping, we don't know. Maybe it is legal. I mean, countries have different weird laws, right? And rules. It's not, there is no and this, you know, I've talked about this all the time. There is no oversight worldwide. You know, different states. That's why sometimes when fighters can't fight in New York, they go to Florida.
So what's
They
the
go to
such an
Mexico.
advantage? What's the advantage of having a full wrap like this?
It makes it a cast.
More like it makes it a cast.
You're casting your hand.
You have a fucking cast on your head.
You have a cast in your hand.
I'm really surprised that at this point, yeah, you guys even knew about this, and people have reached out to you about this, and nothing even was said about it. It's like, okay, no big deal.
What are we gonna do? I mean, like I said, like there's nothing that's gonna change the outcome. So we'll just take it.
But
I mean,
nobody even boxing even said, "Oh, that was wrong." Like no big platform. Nobody's ever come out and said,
no,
"Yo."
they did. Okay, so here you want to really talk about like the outcomes of that and
I
stuff
don't.
like that.
Maybe I wasn't informed at the time. This is the first time I've ever heard about it, and I think majority of this chat is the first time ever they've heard of it. I don't think
Okay, so
anybody has made anything like that big about it, or
but
anybody's ever
who's
raised
the
that concern.
alignment? Who's the alignment, right? So the alignment for INOUE is Top Rank, who has ESPN Plus. So any of the writers that want to write on that or speculate on that will get in trouble with Top Rank and possibly cause their credential for the next fight. You cannot cause a stir. I've seen writers, bloggers, whatever, have their credentials canceled for events because they spoke poorly of a fighter. So that being said, they weren't going to make a stink about it. Again, it wasn't going to change the outcome of the fight. Like it's not going to get overturned. But at the same time, like all of us, like, you know, Richard, every single one of us were at that point in time, again, rapping at the same time. Our hand wrap guy is the one that's supposed to go over to INOUE, but they rapped at the same time when they were supposed to schedule to rap later than us. So by the time we sent someone over there, because they're like, we had to keep checking. We're like, commission, did they start rapping? Blah blah blah. And like, no. Halfway freaking through, they're like, oh, they already started. We're like, what do you mean they started? They weren't supposed to start till after us.
But how come you don't have no power to re-wrap hands if your people did not get there to see the wrap in time?
Do you remember what happened with Margarito when they tried to get him to rewrap his hand and they said they were going to pull out of the fight? Did commission make them rewrap their hand?
I think they did make him rewrap his hand.
No, they didn't.
That's why he fought Cotto and Mosley.
Yeah, but he got caught on the Mosley where Nassim Richardson caught him.
That was after when they took off the wrap and the other corner asked him for they're like, no, give me those wraps, and they handed those wraps to commission because they already wrapped before that.
Okay, that's in United States. So what we're saying in Japan, we don't know.
It's the same thing.
But what we're saying in Japan, you're saying that we don't know if the wraps if they can have it.
If it's legal, correct.
If it's legal. So
correct.
There has never been any issue with him wrapping his hands in Japan like that, even though that they've raised concerns in America. We're going to see now in the next short 24, 48 hours, if the way that Stephen Fulton is saying, his team is saying that they don't want him to wrap his hands like that, or we're going to pull out the fight, then we know that if they grant that to Stephen Fulton's team, then it was wrong for him to do that with Nonito Donaire and Paul Butler then, and then Jason Maloney.
No, Nino doesn't think he wrapped his hands like that before.
Okay. So if we don't
then you have to remember, against Emmanuel Rodriguez, that was in Russia. Wait, where was it? Scotland? Oh, no, Nino says it was in Scotland. So Scotland has different rules. So could he have not done it in Scotland because those rules are not allowed there, and done it in Japan? I don't know the rule.
Yeah, so Jay says if the video was shown a long time, it was out there, and if it was any illegal in Japan, INOUE would have had any commission would have had told anything or should have had done something about it. Right? So we're going to find out now, because at the end of the day, it just seems to me that this raise of concern was not pulled up. So Stephen Fulton's team must have looked at Nonito's situation, right? And they're now pulling it up. They obviously are pulling it up now, right? So we got to see now what the Japanese commission is going to do, because isn't that the people that ultimately are the ones who are going to make the decision?
Yeah. They're the only, you can't override them. Whatever they say goes.
And you already told Nonito about this, though. And
What?
Nonito said to you, well, fuck it, it's done now, we're going to fight.
No. We didn't know about the thing that you're talking about is the glove selection. With glove selection, that was what Nonito knew about. We both didn't know about the casting. Or I shouldn't say that. That we both didn't know about the full hand wrap underneath the gauze until after the fight. Again, we don't have, by the time our person was in there, they were on gauze because we didn't know they were wrapping. And then and we don't have the telecast on our screen inside the locker room. We just have the fights. We don't even have commentary when we're watching it. Like, there's nothing there. So if they had shown it on the telecast in our room, how he was rapping, we would have known already. Now, would it have made a difference? I don't know. I don't know if Japanese commission would have said it doesn't matter because they've been watching him, or if it's within the rules and guidelines. I don't know.
And also, you've seen how there's people who raise the concerns for Stephen Fulton. Then obviously there should be someone who should be hired to know the rules. Like, if there's a concern, now Stephen Fulton's team's got a concern, right? They've raised the concern. So, and at this particular point, it just seems like something had to be said or something had to be talked about to find out what is the rules. Because if nobody can just say, oh, I don't know the rules because I can't read Japanese, so we're going to leave it now. We don't know if the raps are meant to be exactly like that. So what can we say? There has to be some kind of a professional method to be able to deal with that.
Okay, I hear you. But again, why is it in the UK when Casemiro got stripped? That rule about not using the sauna is not in the commission regulations.
In Japan.
No. I'm saying, like, this happens where it's not in the rule book. The sauna usage in the UK is not in the rule book for the UK. So even if you had the whole guideline translated in English, there's times where they're just like, well, this is the rule. Like, that's why Casemiro lost his belt without even stepping on a scale, because he was caught in the sauna. The UK said, you can't use the sauna. And they argued, well, where is it in your rules and regulations? It's not there. And he lost his belt.
Right. So what do you expect to happen for this quick minutes of what you've seen? What do you expect is going to happen about the concern of what Stephen Fulton's team's got on the way that the raps are wrapped?
I mean, I think I think that Stephen Fulton's people are going to be waiting at that door to see when he's rapping.
Which is something that you guys, as much as you said that, you know, he rapped in a certain way, you must have a team, that Stephen must have a solid team around him. You guys were probably a little bit, like you said, you didn't have your people in time over there, even if he was rapping earlier, correct? You wasn't on him like a hawk, like the way that they're going to be on him.
Because that never happens. When that's never happened in a fight where we agree and say, hey, I'm rapping at this time. What time are you rapping? Do you want to send someone over? Yes. Okay, we'll let you know. There's always this agreement between camps where you agree to what times you're rapping and that you agree that the other person can send a camp representative over.
Is that how you always do business?
Yes. This is the first time.
You don't do no extra observation yourselves.
No, we do. So whether it's Nonito rapping first or the other guy, usually it's Nonito. Nonito likes to rap early. Then our guy tells the other camp, okay, we're ready to wrap. Commission will send someone over there and says, okay, they said they're ready to wrap. Their guy will come over. They'll sit there with commission, watch No Needle wrap. Sometimes they're quiet, sometimes they talk. And then once they're done, they'll do the same. They'll tell our camp, we're ready to wrap. Basil, who wrapped No Needle's hands, will go to INOUE's camp.
Mm.
But this is the first that it's ever been like this. But I mean,
it definitely seems like there was some flaws that within your side of the business and within how they were, there were some manipulations from their end or whatever it could be, that the Fulton camp ain't gonna go out like that. Does that make sense?
I think I mean, I'm sure they probably studied one and
They're on
two.
another level when it comes to this shit now.
No, I'm sure they studied one and two. I'm sure they did. Like one, like if you note, and we talked about this before, Nonito's gloves were not fightable, not usable. Both of his gloves were not usable. His Everlast MX. And Nonito had to use INOUE's throwaway pair, the second pair of winnings. That never happens. Never happens in the entire time that we've ever used Everlast gloves. Not both pairs. Maybe one feels kind of off and Nonito switches that out for the other right hand because this right hand feels better on the second pair. But both gloves inside were destroyed.
Okay.
So there's that. And then you go over to the next fight where there was, the unsealed gloves and the hand wraps I didn't see till after I looked on YouTube what they were talking about, the hand wraps. Because I saw Twitter after the fight was like pinging me and they're like, how did you let INOUE fight with those hand wraps? I'm like, what are they talking about? Because of course I didn't see it, didn't watch the telecast. And
Who was pinging you?
Twitter, people were tagging. So people like Liam Smith were pointing it out, but I'm not looking at my phone when I'm in the locker room. I'm not looking at social media. So I didn't see that. And in addition to, it's already done. So
I get what you mean. It doesn't mean that if something's done that you didn't think was correct, that you don't raise concerns, do you? I would have thought there is people out there who raise concerns and still make us some statements about stuff that they felt like was incorrect. It just depends who they are, right?
Mm.
You look at some
Yeah.
people, they've made ultimate statements on smaller things.
Yeah, but Nonito's not like that. Nonito's not going to bring up every single thing that went sideways. You never heard him say anything. He's not going to do that. So it's fine. That's how he wants to.
So are you talking, the people in the chat, Sliding Counter wants to know, you talking about the first fight or the second fight? She's talking about the second fight because the first fight was the Super Series. Where was that held?
Okay, so it was in Japan too. Let me break it down.
So the first fight, even maybe we're talking about, I don't know what we're talking about. What are we talking about?
Well, no, because the first fight is where Nonito's gloves were messed up.
Mm.
So just to break it down in very simple timelines. INOUE won, the first one, Nonito's Everlast MX, both pairs were messed up inside to be unusable, and Nonito had to use INOUE's winning. That also was the fight where Japan Commission ordered him to take off his leggings 5 minutes before walkout. Okay, that was fight 1. Fight 2 was the gloves coming into commission unsealed, and after, of course, the whatever happened with the hand wraps.
Okay, so basically we're saying this has only been occurred over Nonito's fights because we've never heard anybody else say anything. Right?
It's literally like the timing of when the freaking camera is going to be in your locker room. It's not every time that they fully catch like the entire whatchamacallit. That camera guy, he's not always in your locker room. He comes in and out.
So do you think Stephen Fulton's they're doing the right approach? It's kind of like embarrassing in a way in front of like in the press conference to say, look, you guys, if we're gonna pull out, if there's not exactly how we want to do things here on the raps and stuff, is that something now means that in a way he's gonna be 100% hawked down, right? Stephen Fulton's team's already on it, right? So that means that now when he fights Stephen Fulton, no matter what the decision and how it unfolds, at the end of the day, this is going to come down to the fight. I mean, it's just something that's come up, so it's only better now, isn't it? That something like that's come up for his fight, because he's actually their team's on it. They're like on. I've never seen this like this before. On
Well,
the
I
first
mean,
time.
like it's I don't know. It's either way, right? Like it just depends on the personality of the fighter and what they want to do, and the personality of the team. Because at the end of the day, like you want a fair fight. You want everything to be as equal as possible when it comes to weights. That's why we talk about like, oh well, if you come overweight, then I'm going to stipulate that you owe me this much per pound, right? So things like that. And especially if a fighter's been known to come in overweight, so you put in weight stipulations like that. At least like it's addressed and he knows. I mean, like yeah, whatever happens in that fight, like this is like we fought for an even playing field. Like now it's just going to come down to who's the better man that night.
Yeah, and that's what it's all going to come down to at the end, is who's the better man. But I just think these raising concerns, right? This is the first time I've ever heard of it from your end as well, and it's not like something that anybody's really spoke about or has been any gospel, and especially in the recent times anyway. I mean, after Nonito's fight, maybe yeah, some people raised the concern on the rap. Now, because nobody had made no, like you said, you guys never spoke nothing of it. It wasn't that our fight was done. So it's now they're obviously saying something about it. So we're gonna have to obviously see how the raps are gonna be rapped now, because we don't know the Japanese rules. If you go with Japan, that's it. You can wrap your hands like that too. Did you ever think of that? Oh, it's too
No,
late because you
because
didn't know. You didn't even know.
no, Nonito is a creature of habit, and he's not going to chance things on a really big fight to see how it quote unquote feels. Like test it out. He's not going to do that. So I don't believe that if Nonito was given that chance to rap the same way, he would have.
Mm. Yeah, but Rachel, it seems like a concern now for Stephen Fulton's team and the fans. It's
I
like
mean, this is
we
a
never
big
heard
fight. Like,
we never heard of the Norway in the way the monster being a cheat. You know what I mean? Now we're saying that he's a cheat. Now that's what we're hearing. That they're accusing him of saying there's a bit of tampering on the glove when we're not having it. We're not allowing this full guard taped rap. You know what I'm saying? So this only makes the rap more stronger and harder. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
now at this point, we got to look at what's going to unfold, because we're all confused ourselves. Ain't nobody ever said, he's a cheat. He's wrapping his hands wrong, bro. This guy cheated against Nonito. I ain't never heard that. Never.
It was
So
on Twitter.
it was on Twitter before?
Well, I don't know if it was during or after the fight. I just know that there was boxers that were commenting on Inoue's rap.
Right. I need to go see that, though, because I don't see why anybody ain't raised that concern, regardless. You know what I'm saying? Even leading up to the Paul Butler fight, going into this fight, it's just that I feel that, yeah, you're in a disadvantage anyway when you're going to the next man's country in his home, right? We know not everything's going to be perfectly going all your end, but that's why you got a team and professional people around you, like you have, Rachel, that if you're going to another country, you got to be a hawk, because you're going into the next man's territory. You ain't going out there. And Stephen Fulton knows this, because just like he knows Boots, you guys know Boots. Everybody knows everything. And he must have took a few things out of that. And he must have seen Nonito's situation, said, nah, man, I'm going out there. I'm telling him, nah, what the fuck is these raps?
I
Because
mean,
if these,
Fulton has the belts that INOUE wants. So
Yeah.
you kind of got to, like, he's going to protect his belts as much as he can. I'm not going to, like, however
nah,
they want
but
to handle it is how they want
we
to handle
can't
it.
say
But
that because, listen, no matter what, Nonito had the belt what Naoya Inoue wanted. Nonito's belt is what he wanted.
INOUE is beltless right now.
But I'm talking at that time.
I know, but this is a different
They,
game. With he not
yeah.
having any belts and he's moving up into a weight class, he has a lot to prove.
Yeah.
So, you know, people are
Yep.
wondering if his power is gonna follow him. He's beltless. What happens if he loses this
Yeah.
fight, right? Like he's
Mm.
in the
He's
top
even
3 pound
wondering
for
if his
pound.
power is gonna travel.
Yeah. So I mean,
He
that
said it.
being said, Fulton is going to protect what he has.
Right.
Shit, even though Nito tried to protect it as much as he could, and I want to try to clear something up for myself, Rachel. If I could ask you a quick question.
Hey,
Yeah,
can
go
we
ahead.
just, Shava, before you ask the question, this guy in the back, he's just sent me a message. He's leaving in like 4 minutes. Can I just let him ask his question and
Yeah,
go?
go ahead, brother.
And then you can just chop it up. Is that cool?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go on, boxing scientist. You want to speak
Um,
to Nonito and Rachel?
Thanks, Rab. Hi, Rachel. This is the boxing scientist.
Hi.
Hi. I don't know if Nonito can hear me, or if maybe you could ask him for me. But how did he say
He's
anything
probably right
about how? Please don't interrupt, Chavo. That's rude. Yeah. Did Nonito say anything about like how Inoue's punches felt? Did they feel different because of the rapping? Did they hurt him more? Did he mention anything about that at all to you?
No, I didn't. We didn't talk about that. We talked about the timing. That it was just it was perfectly placed and timed right. Oh, he just said it's different.
Maybe because you wore different gloves.
He did wear the different gloves.
So he says it's because of the gloves.
Your punches this time.
He talked about how the
Yeah.
punch felt before.
Yeah, he said it
Hold
was
on,
different. It was different. He just said it was devastating this time, but he also did change his gloves from the winning to Reyes gloves. So we don't know, which one is really caused the factor.
Yeah, because Reyes are known as puncher's gloves. So it could have been. Yeah, you're right. It could have been the gloves more so than the wrapping, right?
A combination of the two wouldn't help.
Right.
For sure.
All right, go ahead now, Chavo.
Rachel, I wanted to ask, what exactly? Because I remember you saying something about him being over there and him wearing some type of gloves they only let him wear over there, I guess, or some type of dispute about gloves y'all had.
No. So what happened is, and I still have the pictures of it. The two Everlast pairs, because you bring two to the fights, both of them were destroyed on the inside.
Like padding taken out, or like worn the fuck out, like somebody wore them out purposely.
Like someone stabbed the inside. It's a clean cut.
Yeah, they probably took something out of it.
Both. So, well, you can't. Once commission sees that, it's out. You can't fight with those. Doesn't matter if they took out the padding or not. Oh, no, Nito said they'll fuck your hands up if you use it like that.
The pads are all fucking lopsided and shit.
The pads are all lopsided and stuff.
And was this the first fight or second fight?
The first fight. So the first fight. So when that happened, the first fight, the only other gloves that were readily available were Inoue's throwaway, I'm using air quotes, pair, the second pair of Inoue's gloves, which were winning, which Nonito doesn't fight in because he can't close his hand. We had no other choice.
That is real. Yeah, them air quotes put about 30 of them motherfuckers around it, because that doesn't make any sense. The only other pair?
The only other pair was INOUE's winnings.
It's crazy to me, especially for a fight of that magnitude. And what kind of gloves did Nonito wear?
He had to wear the winnings.
And then they didn't. Oh, okay. And then they
So
didn't
that-
let
so
y'all
the
have
first fight-
the trainer he was training with or something?
The what?
Because he was Japanese or some shit. I said they didn't let the trainer train him or something like that he was training with because he was Japanese or something.
Oh, that's the second fight. His dad didn't make it, and he was supposed to be in mid shoulder.
Anyway, so pound for pound says, Rachel, was it if you guys that gave use the gloves and they were wet? What does he mean by that? They were
I
wet.
don't know.
Do you know what he's talking about?
No.
Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, though, it just seems like right now Stephen Fulton saying that and his team saying that. I mean, in a way, was laughing about it a little bit, but we got to really understand now the reason why they've made a big thing out of it is obviously because of what you guys are saying and what they must have said. Did Stephen Fulton speak to Nonito about this? Because you guys are close with him.
No.
No?
I didn't even know that his nickname was Scooter until a couple months ago.
No, but you know that Fulton's close to Boots, and you guys are close to Boots and Bozy.
We're
and
not.
them. No?
I mean, like, Nonito's cool with Bozy and Boots, but I literally just had a conversation with them when we went to Philly because one of the bloggers brought us to go see Boots because he had just won. But I never met Boots before that.
Okay, so there wasn't no communication between has Fulton not reached out to you guys that where Nonito and you guys have like given him any tips or no behind the scenes like helping each other?
Nonito said he did.
Huh?
I said Nonito said he did when he was in the chat one day, and I asked him.
Yeah, so has that been going on between you guys, Rachel?
No.
Oh.
We're not that close with them. Like,
So
hi,
Fulton
bye.
and
Like,
Nonito-
the people that we're close with are, like Jesse and who were always around.
Yeah, I wish he would have asked you though instead of Nonito for the tips. I mean, that's good too, but don't you put the game plans together with Nonito mostly?
Yes.
And having that outside eye is also great too. What was the difference between the game plan in the first fight and the second fight?
Nonito was actually supposed to box more, and he didn't. We didn't. I mean, it was literally the first round, so it didn't matter what game plan I had.
Damn.
I mean, respectfully.
What was it that had him do that?
I think it's funny. People are like,
the big question though. The big
Did
question.
you ask him, was it a punch he took? Hold on. Was it a punch he took that made him fight, or did he just come in there and want to get in his ass?
he hit Inoue with the left hook, and then he smelled blood because he saw Inoue's face change, and then that's when he got him against the ropes, and then he didn't see that overhand straight whatever coming, and just so that's why I think it's funny when people are like, oh, your game plan was shit. It's like, dude, you didn't see a game plan. What fucking game plan did you see?
Hey, let me say, Rachel, I know that we
Like, people are stupid. It's like,
we went through that live.
And Nonito's not that type of fighter. He'll come with a game plan.
Wait, we had that live for an hour where Rachel was getting told that, and we had to explain back and forth. The whole live was about what we understood about the fight. That has it Rachel's game plan when they didn't go to the game plan.
Wow. But if you know Nonito, he said that multiple times. A lot of time, what he does now, like even when I guess his first fight, he just fought. It's just in him just to fight back, fight hard.
Yeah, if you listen to Nonito, and even when he was talking to his dad about it, like Nonito, when he was against Walters and when he's with Inoue, either way, once Nonito gets hit, he doesn't hear us.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter. And I kept yelling, box. Our entire corner told him to box. We're like, box, get your feet get your feet back underneath you, and regain. And it's it's the kill or be killed sport, right?
Can you
So
ask him, did he do that because of when he and this too, if he knew he hurt him to the eye, like did he know he broke his shit? And is that why once he hurt him the second time, he thought he could finish it?
I can ask him, but he's not here anymore.
Oh, okay. No,
Well,
that's
listen,
okay.
I'll tell you what you can do, Shavo. Make sure you come Sunday because that's the time he's going to be here. And then you can chop it up with him and ask him a few questions that you got for him.
Yeah,
Well,
for
I'm
sure.
going to tell you, Rap, you're actually lucky that he even said anything because he doesn't want to talk about INOUE Fulton.
No, we don't want to talk about INOUE
I'm pretty
Fulton.
sure he
How about
doesn't.
this? How about this? When he
I
comes
want to talk
Sunday,
about his
let
fight.
me get this
Exactly.
off though, Rachel. When he comes here Sunday, I don't even want to talk about INOUE Fulton. We're already doing this now. I want to talk to him about what I got to talk to him about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just what we want to talk to him about. But that's what we're interested in. But I do want to go forward with this. Now you've seen both fighters. You in the boxing game. You faced INOUE. You've made game plans for INOUE. You've seen him how he's cleared up the whole division. Apart from Nonito's first fight, he's totally dominated the whole game in his 3-weight division. Now, where do you see him versus Stephen Fulton? I just want to know from your opinion, who you edging to
Well, I
this
actually
fight?
gave the edge to INOUE because it's in Japan. I
Okay,
think if it was on Mars, I think it'd be I'd slightly go towards Fulton because
right.
I think that I mean, as long as Fulton doesn't stand there in the pocket and try to trade with him like mano y mano style,
Yeah.
then I think that he can be slick enough to just rack up enough points and get out. But if he decides he can try to stay against the ropes, like when and I know Figueroa is a lot bigger, a lot taller, and that's Figueroa's
There's a
game
lot
plan.
more
Is
punches.
yeah, you just can't be there. You have to move, and I think that Fulton can.
Yeah, I think he knows that too, but I don't think I'd edge Fulton to win if it was a perfect world, if it wasn't no bullshit going on, but it's in Japan. This is their darling. And Fulton's not going to knock him out. Well, we don't know, but from what we've seen, he's not going to knock him out. Inoue is tough. Any flurry he throws, whether he lands or not, in that Philly shell, even if it doesn't land clean, the crowd's going crazy. He's going to have to shut him out bad like Devin Haney Cambosos.
Yes,
But I
that's
don't see
actually
that
what
really.
I compared it to. He has to be so dominant in his boxing.
But the problem here is that he don't have Nonito Donair's power. I mean, Fulton's got great technique. He's got very good technique, good skills. He's a very good, skillful fighter, but he just doesn't have that kind of power. He's only had fucking 5, 6 knockouts, or I don't even know what. I don't know as many.
It's
I
8.
checked it. There's not many. And let me tell you the difference
Yeah.
with this guy. He has got the power because Nonito will tell you that he's got power. And I'm sure that Stephen Fulton's skills have to come with pop. He's the bigger man. But this guy has got a lot of power. So I don't know, Rachel, unless we're going to see on
But you
Tuesday.
kind of just said it, Rap. Do you
Yeah.
think he has pop? Because I think he has enough pop. Enough pop.
We got to see.
Like
We got to see.
Shakur or Devin.
That's the thing is that he can't get touched up. He has to touch and get the hell out. And it has to be so convincing that like when Inoue throws, it's a complete like miss, right? It's not a questionable like did he catch it? It has to be dominant if he's gonna outbox him.
10-2-9-3 type of thing.
Yeah.
And I think the difference, he doesn't have to have that much power as Nonito. It's his feet. That's even Nonito has great feet too. That's why they call him the Flash, and his hands feet. But Scooter's younger, and he's seen what Nonito has success with, so he can use that for sure. And I've been watching his fights. He's fast as shit when he want to use his feet. He doesn't get against the ropes, nothing. But it can't even be like the Leo guy. I forgot what was that dude's first name that he took the belt from. It can't be like Roman, because Roman won like maybe 2-3 rounds in the beginning. It got to be the just blowing them out, which I don't think is gonna happen. But shit, we never know. Hopefully, everything goes good. Whoever wins, it's not a cheat.
No, I think it's I think it's a very entertaining fight regardless. And there's a lot on the line. I mean, INOUE has to prove that he can be at 122, right? And Fulton has to prove that he doesn't belong there, and still hold his belts, leaving Japan.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's.
But I want to ask you a question about Nonito's fight coming up.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know how happy I am that he moved to the undercard of probably the biggest fight within the past 40 years. Have y'all been receiving that same gratitude or anything from the fans? Like,
yeah, a lot of people
had to move there.
Yeah, a lot of
oh shit.
Yeah, a lot of, well, I mean, of course, the fans that were coming out for the fight were not that happy. Like, they were half happy, and I say they were 75% happy, 25% like upset, right? Because not only could we not move them to go and watch the Spence Crawford fight, but a lot of them couldn't, cancel their tickets. So they did still come out for the Frank Martin fight. So there was an unusually high amount of Filipinos for the Frank Martin fight that night.
No, but you in the best card now.
Yeah. And that's why I said, like, they're, 75% happy, 25% damn. Like, because it's not like they could just be like, okay, well, I'll just move my ticket to Spence Crawford. No, Spence Crawford ringsides are 7,500. Frank Martin ringside was 150. Totally two different price points. So,
oh God,
I don't even think 150 gets you to the ceiling in that room.
I don't even think you could buy one. Like, I think it's probably 300 maybe or 250.
Last time I heard they were 8.
God damn. I don't know if I'm tripping, but I heard those ringside seats was like 15,000.
That might be on the resale market, but I think value was 75.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I mean, like, but they said that the guys that were on the card was someone named Frost, who was a heavyweight, and then Jesus Ramos. So a lot of people were kind of like, well, I'm not even going to bother going until like co-main start, moseying to my seat with my drinks in my hand, kind of thing.
And if you were being unbiased, do you think, besides Spence and Crawford, y'all are the best fight on the card? Because I think so.
I don't even know who Isaac Cruz is fighting, so I would say that. He is a very entertaining fighter, though. But this is for a world championship. Cruz's isn't. It's for a chance to taunt Tank. I mean.
Oh, right, exactly. He ain't been fighting nobody but trash cans.
All right, guys, it's almost midnight. I'm not about to get yelled at.
Okay, yeah, because you guys are on a proper schedule now, and I'm sure the champ is not hungry, he's hangry sometimes.
No, he's not. He's fully still eating. That's what I said. We were just eating dinner.
Everything's great on nutrition side.
Nutrition, yeah, nutrition fine, training fine, but fight week locked in all like since last week. So.
Okay, so before you go, what time is the champ gonna come Sunday for we to talk about his fight, his training, his Philippines? He was there for so long. I want to talk to you about that as well, and what you guys are doing in Philippines. Are you guys is anything happening? You know what I mean? I want to chat up with what's leading up to the fight, and just catch up with you guys. So, what time Sunday would it work so I can put something together?
I'd say like 9 or 10. Let me clear it with him because he normally goes to bed pretty early. So.
All right, I'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, email me.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye guys.
All right. Yeah, Chavo, man, big fight, man, coming up. Big fight weekend, man, and the people that were just here, they're on the undercard of Spence and Crawford. So, bro, you're not talking to anyone else. You're talking to Nonito and Rachel, which are on the undercard of the fucking biggest event of this year.
The best, you gotta say the best fight on the undercard, or do you think so?
Yeah, it's the fight, isn't it? It's got a world title fight. Isaac Cruz has got a
Yeah.
world title. Nanito's gonna come in. He's gonna have his world title fight against Santiago, right? And everybody's on that fight because we actually know them. So we're gonna be on it. We're gonna be like, okay,
If
now we
Cruz
got
had
the
a better dancing partner, he could have some competition. But god damn, Cruz don't be fighting fucking nobody.
So you're gonna watch your boy Nanito down there get in the ring, and once Nanito gets in the ring, once Nanito gets in the ring, you know the biggest event's coming after that soon. That's it. Nanito's gonna come and light it up. Hopefully, he's gonna light it up, and then after he lights it up and becomes world champion again, we lead into Isaac Cruz, right?
What weight is this at again?
Who, Nanito?
Yeah,
118. Right. So we're gonna get some fights, and then once Isaac Cruz gets in the ring, Pitbull, then we know both of those fighters are in their changing room, man down, fucking Bud Crawford.
Hold on, I thought they was the co-main. I thought Nonito was the co-main.
No, Nanito and then Isaac Cruz.
Oh shit!
You can go check it. You can go check it for me.
Yeah, I
But
thought that's what
listen. No bigger than that. We got Nanito Sunday, so make sure you come Sunday and chop it out with him.
For sure, for sure. Did you hear about supposedly this second offer being sent to Shakur?
About
Devin Haney fight?
Yeah, we're gonna get to that in a minute. And you can tell these people because Devin Haney got another extension. Yeah? Devin Haney got another extension, bro. Let's read this. Let's not even talk nothing else. Let's just read this, bro. Today, the WBC, what does it say, Chavo? Tell these people, bro, please.
Let me read on my phone. Today is WBC deadline day for Devin Haney. The WBC have ruled that he must now decide if his next fight will a defense. I think he meant will be a defense for his undisputed lightweight world titles versus Shakur, or if he'll move up and challenge Regis Rougarou Prograis.
Now watch this.
WBC super lightweight title.
Now watch this. Now they changed it again. The WBC have now granted Devin Haney. So then they changed it after that. Right? That was what they wanted. This is what they've come to. What they've come to is they're giving Devin Haney now a grant. They're granting him till the next Thursday, July 27th, to decide if he wants defense with undisputed lightweight Shakur Stevenson or move up and fight Regis Prograis. Now watch
Let me ask you this, Rap.
Now watch this.
Do you think it's okay? Go on.
No, is Devin Haney now offering a second offer to Shakur?
But hold on, I want to ask you this, Rap. Do you think it was fair, or do you agree with them after he just fought? What was that, 2 months ago or something? To now decide right now, or basically he's gonna get stripped if he's gonna stay there or move up and fight. Do you think he should be able to move up and fight and keep his belt?
Bro, the way they've been pestering Haney is not really that fair.
Right. Not really. It's not fair fucking all. I don't know who they did this to this fast. This fucking fast is crazy.
Now watch this. What is going on now? Because you came here and told me that there's a second offer.
Yeah, I don't know the details of the second offer, but I'm assuming obviously it's better than the first offer.
Where did you get that from?
I've seen it on somewhere on Twitter, and a couple people made videos about it.
So I
guess we'll see
Devin
that
Haney got two options now. Either he's gonna give a second offer to Shakur, or he's gonna go and get the belt from Regis Prograis.
And then he made a video on live saying at first, before he was granted the shit, he was saying you got till Friday till the 21st and laughing and shit. And yeah, I guess we'll see later on if someone, you know, Michael Benson or whoever comes out and says it, because they're usually a little bit late on it before the people that know actually know. But yeah, I guess we'll see. But it got to be better than the first one. I don't want to see him fight. Like, what do you want to see him do with all the options he has? I don't want to see another fight at 135, to be honest, because I don't think he's going to be as good as healthy there. That's too much.
Well, it just depends on this negotiation. It depends what Bill Haney's doing right now behind the scenes.
No, I'm saying, what do you want to see?
I mean, to me, I like all fights. You tell me what I want to see.
Exactly,
I
me
want to
too.
see. For me, I like all the fights. I like Shakur versus Haney. I like.
But you know, if he take one, they're gonna call
even
him a
put
duck for that.
even put the rematch together. I'll watch it again. I don't care. And even you put me with
That's a fact.
Regis Prograde as well. So Haney got options, bro. Haney's got options.
Yeah.
But it depends what he's gonna do, and I don't know what move he's gonna make. But if he's going to move the move for 140, why is he asking for extension? He must be asking for extension to see what kind of money they're going to throw around at 135.
Well, he was saying, I think it was in his live, he was saying it, or he said it somewhere about the money situation. Because you remember Regis did that, I think it was Ellie Setback or Fight Hype, that interview. It was Ellie Setback, now I remember. He was like, as soon as he brought up Devin, he was like, yeah, I think that's a great fight. He was like, but they're going to have to pay me a lot of money for that fight. Now I'm going to have to get a lot of money for that fight, though. So I think he's going through that with him. I think it's just negotiations with someone at 35 or waiting for some at 35, sending out contracts and seeing who bites, and still negotiating with Regis. But I think Regis would be the easiest to make. And yeah, and it'll be better for his health. And if you look at any of these people will call him a duck for fighting Regis, all of a sudden Regis is a piece of shit fighter. All of a sudden. I don't know how, but all of a sudden. And then they'll call him a duck if he fights Loma, he ducking Shakur and Tank. If he fights Shakur, he's ducking Tank. If he fight, like, this shit is weird to me. Like you said, I like all the options are great fights. And if he moves up and fights Regis fucking Prograis, Southpaw, and y'all said he sucks against Southpaws, with a whole lot of power and a great chin, and he's awkward. His first fight at 140, who the fuck fought somebody like that their first fight moving up out of everybody at lightweight, or that was at lightweight? T.O. had like 3 fucking fights or 2-3 fights before he fought Josh Taylor. He's going straight up to the killer and knocking on his door. People just love to fucking hate, and it's sickening. It's really weird. You can't even just respect somebody for taking a certain fight. Said he wouldn't take the Loma fight. He took the fucking Loma fight. And he beat him. Now what? Paulie would have lost his little $100,000 with his ugly ass.
A couple of people are saying you speaking facts. Don Ramon says, Shavo, you speaking facts. I just came back. So I don't even know what you said. But anyway.
Mm-hmm. I don't get it, bro. I really don't. And it'll
anyway,
be
my main thing is this, bro. We got the biggest fucking week of boxing. Now, we also know this with Stephen Fulton's team saying, look, man, we don't want the fucking, the reps, rep like full reps either. At least we know that fight, whatever the things is, the eyes on it now, people are even more heated. That fight should be even way more observant now. And that even makes that a bigger fight. With the way that they're pulling that shit up on in a way. So that makes Stephen Fulton even more confident, maybe what he's saying. So that might make I just didn't like the way I think they deliberately wanted to do that on the press conference because they feel like the Japanese people are not listening to them or something.
Yeah, and you should. As his team, you should. This is your fighter's life. Like, you should. And it's crazy. It's not even crazy. It's funny how after the whole Glovegate thing with Wilder, everyone starts paying attention more so to the gloves now. And they catching more people with the gloves. They just called some girl, some champion in Mexico. She got her ass like beat down. And the girl, the contenders, her gloves were tampered with. I forgot what they punishing her with now, what they doing, but Yeah, they caught her cheating with the gloves. This is an old school thing. This is known around, especially for fighters.
I mean,
This
you
is
look at
known.
you going to another man's backyard. There's gonna be little tampers and little things here and there that you're a disadvantage, right?
But
But
I don't expect it to be
but
towards
you got
that. I
yeah, but
think it's
that's
towards the
no,
judging.
Chavo. It's down to the team. It's down to who you hire, who's behind you, who's gonna do all the hawk and all the fucking snooping and all the fucking observation and all the work. There's no
But
point
what if they're
complaining
still allowed
afterwards,
to
bro.
fight with something?
There's no point complaining afterwards. Get your team and do everything that it requires that you're not comfortable with. Go do that shit behind the scenes and make your shit happen. You get me?
But unless you're the clear A side, you really have no power.
So
Like
then
no
everybody's
Nito.
that.
Like who? I forgot who tried to do that against Floyd.
Well, then you can say that 75% of boxing has no power. That they have to let certain things ride.
I'm not saying let it ride. I'm saying there isn't much you can do. If they say no, he could fight with them gloves, then he can fight with them. You just heard Rachel say that the other gloves were clearly tampered with, like somebody cut it with a knife, and all he has left at one of his biggest boxing events is his other gloves that have been worn the fuck out. Come on, man. Come on, man. Like, bro, it can happen if you're not the A side. They tried to do it with Floyd, but he was the clear A side. He said, fuck no, I'm not fighting. There's still a video up of that got millions of views today. I'm not fighting in that shit. Tried to fight him in some gloves that didn't have no fucking padding at
So you tell me then, yeah? All these fucking little stipulation, little things here and there, yeah? Have you ever heard that the monster ever cheated, or INOUE ever cheated against anyone until Stephen Fulton bringing it up today?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So
especially if you talk about that glove situation with, hold on, if you talk about that glove situation.
Fulton has pulled it up that now people are saying, oh, is his glove not right?
People were saying that beforehand, like when the fight first got made and it was talking, and he was talking about 2 times a week is too much. Like, I don't want to, like, why are you bringing that up when you shouldn't be? What are you on vacation somewhere out of the country? Like, what else do you have to do besides 2 times a week tests? Train, that's it. You got a fight coming up. What the fuck else are you doing? You feel me? Do you agree with that, or do you think they should do it once every 2 weeks or some shit because he's busy? Like, what? I'm not getting it. Who complains about taking those types of drug tests? I don't know.
Man, I just think the whole fucking world is corrupted. All I'm saying is that you got to have the team to do their job. That's it. Keep it. Keep it. You know what I mean? If at the end of the day you don't want to fight, don't fight. Simple. Say no, this shit ain't right. That's it. You don't need to be a dog about it.
But a lot of fighters don't have that mentality. They like, I'm here, I'm ready to fight. I'm a fight. Like, I want to fight bad. Like, fuck it. And that's bad though. But fighters aren't always, that's why they have handlers and managers and trainers. They're not always make the best decision for themselves because all they know is fight, you know?
And that's why Mayweather's team would always check people's gloves. And if he felt like the gloves weren't right, they used to make sure that the gloves were checked again. They go back to Nevada. They would always make sure. See, Mayweather's team was on point. You know what I'm saying? Certain teams are on point.
But he was also the A side to where he could say, I'm not fucking fighting. Because they tried to clear those gloves for, Chad, can y'all say who it was? I don't know if it was Maidana or somebody. They tried to clear those. No, these gloves are good. These gloves are good. There's a bunch of gloves out on the table. It was like, fuck no. Hell no. These shits ain't got nothing in them. And that's kind of what Wilder was saying. But at that point, he wasn't the A side. He couldn't do shit about it. The third fight, he fought in them same gloves. And Wilder was like, fuck it. I'm going to fight them too. And broke his fucking hand. Because they ain't got shit in them.
Did you know?
He ain't never broke his hand before. So he fought with them raggedy ass gloves.
Let me tell you something, bro. Did you know that little different rules apply for different states, different places, even in England? You can use horsehair gloves Some places you can't use horsehair gloves. Some sanctioned fights you can't use horsehair gloves. You get
Yeah.
me? There's
I
different
don't believe you
things.
should ever be able to use them gloves.
Well, I'm just saying, right? Listen to this now. In Japan, there's all these rules and regulations. You telling me when you are a manager or somebody in boxing, or you know that you representing your fighters, yeah? You fighting abroad, you know you're going to have the right connections to make the right phone calls to find out what's exactly the rules in that country before you fight there. Now, even
So
like,
I
what I'm
don't know
saying is,
exactly. Can you tell me exactly what he said in a press conference? Was it about gloves or
about raps? Just that the raps, they don't want INOUE to wrap his hands with extra tape to the end, and while it goes to something about it going all the way to the skin and all this stuff. I don't know. You got to go and watch it, bro. Basically, in the way that he's wrapping his hands, they don't like it. It's not the way that they wrap it in America.
Well, I guarantee you one thing: he gonna have to fucking deal with it. He not, and INOUE not gonna change shit.
We're gonna find out.
You in Japan?
We're gonna find out.
Bet they don't. Telling you. But yeah, we're gonna find out when they show us. Well, I don't know how they gonna do it over there. But normally over here, you know, they show the dude getting his hands wrapped and the other person there, like the Tank versus Garcia. Garcia's brother was in there and he said, "I'm gonna hit him so hard, you gonna feel it." That shit was hilarious while he was getting his hands wrapped. But yeah. So hopefully they show us that. Maybe they won't, but I know Japan doesn't like outsiders. They're not gonna treat him no type of way. He's gonna have to smoke him. He can't even do like Bivol versus Canelo. He gonna have to do it better than that.
Now I'm thinking about this Devin Haney situation. From what Michael Benson is saying, if Lomachenko's people try to get the Haney rematch, it can't be for undisputed anymore, because Shakur Stevenson is in line now for the WBC belt. So Haney would have to give up the WBC belt, if I'm not mistaken, to fight Lomachenko. And that fight won't be great enough for Loma, because Loma always wanted for the undisputed.
Remember this. If everything went how the WBC, if they meant what they said, but they fucking don't. Like when I was talking and arguing with y'all the other day, I said Mauricio Sulaiman's a motherfucking liar. He's a lying ass person. Y'all like, no, he's not. He lying, and it's his company. He could change the rules if he won't. How is he lying if he changed the rules? Whatever mixtape you want to put on it, he's a fucking liar, because if he fought Loma right now, that's probably what this is all about. Because he just fought Loma, what was that, 2 months ago, bro? I have never in the history I've been watching boxing seen them make somebody choose so fucking fast. Everybody that we could call name this year or even last year that went up to fight somebody else still retain their fucking titles, especially undisputed. So if he were to fight Loma, I think this is coming from Bob Arum, that Godfather, the Bob Arum. I think he's the one putting this pressure on them to say, yeah, like pressure him to give them titles up or go up. Because this is fucking insane, bro. This doesn't even make sense. And you just got a whole bunch of not boxing fans, a whole bunch of dick riders, whoever their favorite fighter is.
You want to know where the truth is of this? Because I read into it.
What?
This
You
is
said
Shakur,
what?
the pressure of this came from Shakur Stevenson's people behind him. I think that's some guys called
Bob Arum and Tyrone, but it's not even just about Shakur. It's about Lomachenko.
Let me tell you
and
what
everybody
is really.
else.
This is Shakur Stevenson's management, which is, I think, the Prince family, Jay Prince or someone, right? Those people have put the pressure of the petition onto the WBC.
No, I think this is Bob, bro.
They have petitioned. So Bob Arum's only the promoter. It's the team
But
that's
that don't mean
petitioned.
he don't got power. Think about it.
So
If
Shakur
Devin signed with,
Stevenson,
hold on, if Devin
Shakur
signed with Bob
Stevenson, let me
again, do
just
you
get
think
this
this
off
will
for
be
you though,
happening?
bro. Let me teach you something. Shakur Stevenson's
Yeah.
petition has speeded up the process between the sanctioning body and Devin Haney now. Because Shakur Stevenson is paid basically to petition and to say, yo, I'm in position now. I'm ready to fight the biggest fight in the world. Let me know if you can put me in position. And the WBC allowed the petition to happen to put him in position, knowing about his accolades. So this is Shakur Stevenson.
Hold on. So what's the split for mandatory?
What do you mean?
Do you know the split for mandatory against a champion? 70, 75, 25, what is it?
70-30.
So tell me, you remember we both said this is unfair because they haven't did this to nobody else. We both said that. So speaking from even just this bullshit ass standpoint, I think it's because Bob Arum. Like I was gonna ask you, do you think they will be doing this right now if Devin Haney re-signed with Top Rank? Because remember, him, Bill Haney and Devin Haney was having lunch with Bob and shit like that. You heard nothing. You heard nothing. They wasn't gonna do this shit to him. You heard nothing. Then I guess when they found out, okay, he probably not gonna fuck with us. He talking about going and fucking with Eddie Hearn again and Regis. So we're gonna take them belts. Mind you, can you name somebody that they have done this to? Bro, 2 months is fucking insane. Insane, bro. I'm like, God damn, can he take a shit? He might still have his hand wraps on. Fuck. I've never, ever in the history of I've been watching boxing seen them do this. It's because he's independent. They don't like that because they can't get no money. He's independent.
That's why they've given him another extension, because they also realize that Haney has been paying the sanctioning bodies all this money. So now you got to leave Haney alone until he makes his decision. But Shakur's
Haney
team
getting the most money out of all them except for Tate.
Shakur's team is proper desperate on the belt.
Mm-hmm.
They are putting pressure on the sanctioning body. So one side, so watch this. One side, you got Jay Prince and Shakur, which are pushing for the WBC, right? Then you got Bill Haney and Devin, that's done already a lot of business with the WBC. So it's Shakur. But now we know that WBC is in the middle of this. Okay, we got to get Shakur in line. What is Haney going to do? But you're right. At the end of the day, Haney's got to get respect for being a champion and let him make his mind up.
But you brought up a good point about the money he's been giving them. Because out of everybody, Tank is the only one that makes more money than him. And it ain't by a whole lot. So they like, all right, we'll stand by a little bit. But I think the main reason is also because everybody, Bob, they know that there's more negotiations. That's how I know it's been another contract sent out. That's how I know. Also, that just confirms it because they're like, okay, so he still might stay here, so we'll grant it, we'll accept it. Because before they put that on him, like a couple of days after Shakur, that news came out, Shakur was like, I'm not accepting it. Like, fuck no. But if you go watch hold on, let me just say this. If you watch the interview, I'm pretty sure you probably haven't. There's an interview with Shakur's trainer and I think co-coach or whatever, saying basically they knew, even when they was calling them out, talking about signing the contract and shit, that they wasn't going to fight him. They knew that.
So I'm asking you,
wow.
I'm asking you a simple question. Why would Haney's ask for extension if they weren't going to stay at 135?
No, I think he might. That's what I'm saying. It's been talks. It's been conversation. I don't think he should, but shit, It is what it is. He's the type that you keep saying he can't do something or he ain't gonna do something, and he said he would. He just gonna show you, like Spence. I'm gonna take everybody belt here, and I'm gonna come over there and take your shit. No matter how many people were saying he wouldn't do it, dude sat out over a year and a half until he fights to go to do exactly what the fuck he said. I don't want to fight nobody else. I told y'all. I don't know if you thought I was fucking playing, but that's what I said. And even if he beats whoever the fuck he fights next, they still gonna talk shit about him because, as you know by now, I'm pretty sure you know, because people done gave you shit about giving Haney his props. They just don't like him, and that's fine. That's fine. He embracing the villain role, and it's actually hilarious. The little jokes he be making on Twitter and Instagram and shit, it's funny.
Well, let's see how the fans think anyway. Yo, you guys see we're still speaking that boxing. Smash that like button. Support the fucking channel, bro.
Ask the chat, do they like every option he has?
Yeah, well,
like, what will they be mad if Haney...
Before we ask, let me get this off. Smash that like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe to the channel if you're new. If you like that boxing, you know what I mean? And support the channel. Now watch this. For me, if Haney's asked for an extension at 135...
Hold on, before you go on about that, hey, chat, tell us in the chat if y'all think if he fights Regis, will he be a dud? All right, go ahead, Rap.
Well, you just asked that, didn't you?
Yeah, I just asked that so we could see it while you was talking. Go ahead. Or what move will he make at 135 that he has an option where you will call him a dud?
Now watch this. My thing is this.
Abel is so fucking slow. People, tell me if you agree with this, Rap. People forget Haney aged Lomachenko out. Do you agree with that, Rap?
No, that was a great fight. Loma trained his ass off for that fight. He was ready.
He's not old, bro.
So let me say this though, bro. I want to keep this swift on this one now.
Yes, sir.
If he's at 135 and he's applied for the extension, I want to ask the chat, what could be the motive of Haney still not giving up his belt at 135 and saying, nah, man, wait. I mean, at the end of the day, is Haney fucking going to stay at 135 and give Shakur that fade? Is that what he's trying to show? Is he trying to say, come on, then make a fight with me? Or is Haney going to go up in weight? Because why is he... I'm a bit confused. Are they...
Steven Batman or whatever your last name is, come up on the panel, bro. Come up on the panel and tell us.
I'm just thinking to myself, bro, what is Haney's ulterior motive right now to keep those belts if he's moving on? I don't know. Is he going to really stay at 135?
Right. That's why I say it's the fight with Shakur or Tank, somebody, because it's been keeping quiet kind of, except for the Shakur thing, because Michael Benson came out or whoever the fuck came out and announced it, even though it was sent already for a couple of days, maybe even a week. By the time we knew about it, it was already discussed, and Shakur said, fuck no. But I think it's a fight either with Shakur or Tank or, you know, maybe a Loma rematch, but I think that's out the door. I think it's some more conversation being had. And then also he holding on to it because that's his leverage. He can't even, bro, 2 months is fucking insane. You asking him to sign another fucking fight already? I want to see him fight already. I'm pretty sure he's ready to fight again too. But it's the fact that they don't do this to nobody else. And then just the haters is just hating, mad. Like, even some people will call me a Canelo hater. I'm not. I'm a critic because he used to be my favorite fighter, period.
Hey, listen,
except
keep
for
cooking.
Mayweather,
I'm going
of
to just
course.
change over my device, but you cook.
All right. Yeah, except for Mayweather, of course. But once he gave me them shit fights, like 5-6 fights, back-to-back shit fights in a row, bro, no, fam. No. And then I'm staying in San Antonio now. So the Mexicans on Cinco de Mayo, they was even mad. Like, bro, they was way madder than me. I'm having to calm them down and talk to him like, damn, bro, like he just came back from surgery. This is okay. Like, it's all right. Until the fight started to play out, I'm like, damn, okay. Like, the only thing I was mad about was the people that support him his whole career and got him to where he is, besides his own hard work and talent. You give these people a shitty fucking fight. You give these people John fucking Ryder. Now you putting that cap in the motherfucking chat. Chat, tell me if it would have been more respectful for Canelo to give the fans that have carried him this far, Canelo, Cartello, Pave, get the fuck out of here, man, versus the Mexican Monster. Would that have been better to give back to his people than fucking John Ryder in a fucking baby pen? I've never in my life seen a ring that small. That shit is smaller than somebody's motherfucking bathroom. But I had to calm them down. Like, bro, no. Until the fight kept going, I'm like, damn, he looked like shit. Cause I'm like, I don't care about him coming off a tune-up. I mean, coming off the surgery and getting a tune-up in. That's just fine. But I just wish he didn't do it there. Like, have your fight there be you versus, say, Charlo or somebody. Like, I would even love that fight there. Like, give them something, bro. Like, come on, fam. This is your people. The only thing it would have been was the only thing it was a fucking event for all the Mexicans to come out, party, drink, chill. That's it. You were supposed to get them people a great fight, bro. I didn't like that at all. You could have waited, fam. You could have waited and did that shit this time over there. Him versus the Mexican Monster would have been going dub over there. And he didn't even have to do it from his home, his city, from his hometown. He could have did it close to his hometown. Or fuck it, not even close to his hometown. Do it somewhere in Cancun or whatever. They would have traveled over there, bro. They would have came. If he did a bigger fight, because I know they would have had to charge more for the tickets. Shit, they gonna be there. Have something set up outside like a tailgate too. Like, do something, bro. This is your people that did this much for you. That's bullshit. I'm talking about I had to calm this dude down. He was sitting there with his arms crossed, mad as fuck. Canelo ain't knock him out. And John Ryder got his shit off. And they was all saying, me too. I like, shit, John Ryder gonna have some good fights after this. He put up a good showing. Canelo dominated the fight, as in winning majority of the rounds. But if y'all understand what I'm saying, John Ryder was in the fight the whole time. It was a fight. And I thought after Canelo dropped him, he was gonna stop him. But I'm not gonna hold that one performance against him, because maybe, even though I kind of seen the decline from the performance before this, but at least he was still using head movement in his jab. This fight, he didn't use his jab at all. And then when he did use it, he dropped Ryder. I don't know what it is. It's seeming like it's not his age or anything that's doing it. It may be mental or a game plan, Maybe Eddie Reynoso got to go. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to do that, so bring somebody in or something. I don't know. And he's not old. He's in great shape. Granted chin. He's a great fucking fighter. We just want to see the great fights, bro. And it would have served him well to have these great fights earlier, except for the Charlos and Boo Boo. But Benavidez and Morrell, yeah, it'll serve you good to fight them early. Especially Morrell. God damn, that kid there. Every fight, Canelo is missing every night. He is definitely the face of boxing. Lisa Snow, I don't disagree, but what I will say is there's multiple faces of boxing. That's the beautiful thing about boxing too. Because you can ask everybody everywhere, okay, who do you know from that boxes? Shit, they'll probably name some people like just the average Joe. The average Joe knows Mike Tyson. That'll probably, and Ali. Those will probably be the first ones they can name off. Then you might get a Mayweather. I'm talking about average Joe, someone that don't watch boxing at all, but they know these names. They probably won't know a Canelo unless you're from Mexico, but they might, but probably not. They'll barely know a Mayweather if they do at all. But they do know Ali for sure. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Rings bells everywhere. But I think there's multiple faces of boxing. People that really put butts in the seat, you know? I don't think it's just one, because if you talk about, okay, face of boxing, the people that bring out the most people and make the most money, you automatically got to go to heavyweights, you know? So I don't think it's that necessarily. And then it's faces of boxing from certain parts of the country. Mexico, Canelo, you know, Eastern European, probably as of right now, still available boxing, Triple G, American, shit, Floyd transcend. If we talking about fighting right now, well, shit, Floyd still be fighting sometimes. So Floyd, it's everybody everywhere. That's the thing about boxing, is great. He's accepted writer, but okay. No one expected Ryder. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, no one did expect Ryder to do what he was doing. But Lisa, do you think no one expected him and Canelo didn't look the same, or do you think it's just one or the other? No one expected him and Canelo looked great, or Canelo looked like shit. That's why Ryder got off, or do you think it's a mix of both? I think it's a mix of both, to be honest. Ryder was way tougher than I thought, but there wasn't nothing to go off of, you know? He ain't really fought nobody. He fought fucking Danny Jacobs, which I thought he lost. I think Canelo thought being in that little ring was going to be his, it was, but to his advantage, but it wasn't as much, because I believe he could have outboxed him, but I don't believe he wanted to do that for his fans. I believe he wants to just knock him out. I'm dead, Don. Is that Don Ramon? Is that Canelo a dick sucker? Canelo did great. I wouldn't call it great. So you give his, who said that? Garcia? I'm looking on my fucking TV. Yeah, Garcia. You would say that he had an A+ performance or A performance? Be real with yourself right now. Come on, bro. I'm not shitting on Canelo at all. I just gave him all the praise in the world. I just don't think he used his jab. And when he did, he fucking dropped him. But when he got up, he didn't have that kill in him no more. I personally knew it would go 12. Damn, Lisa, hold on. Let me get a little closer to my fucking TV. 12. A lot of people were saying Ryder had a chin. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I only watched 2 fights of Ryder's. I watched one highlights. Well, I ain't gonna say 2 fights. I watched one fight because one of them was highlights. I watched one highlight. I don't remember who he was fighting, but I watched the whole Danny Jacobs fight. Oh my God, that shit almost put me to sleep. But I watched it and I'm like, Danny Jacobs, bro, just to fall from grace. Ever since he accepted that Canelo, even though, I mean, a lot of people would get your money, he accepted that shit with a rehydration clause. He ain't been the same since. Garcia, brother, join the panel or please. But I'm going to ask you this too. You said solid. Canelo's an all-time great. I never said he wasn't, brother. I even said he's one of the faces of boxing for sure. He is an all-time great. Even if he retires today, he's an all-time great. Especially for his people, for sure. What I'm saying is, you can't. That's probably why you didn't answer the question. Do you think he gave a A+ or an A his last performance? He fucking didn't, bro. You telling me an all-time great can lack an all-time great with power too? With power. Like, that's his strong suit, is the power. Not that he's a master boxer. You think he should have been able to stay in there 12 rounds with Canelo after Canelo hurt him so bad he dropped and broke his nose? Come on, man. Come on. And remember, I'm still a Canelo fan, but not as much as I was before. But you can't sit here, Punch, come up, because Punch will tell the truth. Oh no, never mind, Punch. They might they might smoke your ass, Punch, boy. They be on your ass. You said, what about Canelo, you fucking race traitor? They be saying shit in Spanish. I be wanting to copy and paste that shit to Google Translate so bad. I could tell what a lot of Spanish is by hearing it, but reading it throws me all the way off. But yeah, bro, you can't sit here and say that was Garcia. Look, see, as soon as I said that, here come Garcia. Punch, car accident. Why would you bring up some weird shit like that? Unless you had proof the motherfucker was out here just lying. Me and this nigga Punch don't always get along, but I ain't gonna say no weird ass shit like that, bro. Sometimes it be your own people. I know that for sure. Sometimes it be my own people just out here saying weird shit. For what? That nigga got kids, bro. Canelo has had wear and tear. Lisa Snow. Canelo has had wear and tear. Damn, I could see that shit just 2 seconds ago. I don't fault him. Fuck, I gotta get up and get closer. Lisa Snow said, Canelo had wear and tear. I don't fault him. I think he meant for slowing down and not being the same. Canelo isn't the same fighter he was. That's normal though. For sure, for sure. But you also not the one out here saying he had a great performance. But to fight John Ryder to 12 and John Ryder putting up a great fight in all rounds. He was never getting just battered all the way. It shouldn't happen with Canelo. And I would expect him to slow down for sure. But his Achilles heel was the power. That don't go away until he probably finna be about close to 60. It might start going down. You know what I'm saying? So I think he just lost the killer instinct. And he just didn't box as much. He's a Punch said, yep, and this community has been my own people. That's how it be. Join the panel real quick, Punch, and talk about his last performance and how it relates to him fighting Jermell Charlo, if it do. Or shit, if you can't join right now, tell me in the comments. Do you think you could take something out of his last performance and how he'll perform against Charlo? Garcia is crazy, bro. Like, what is wrong with you? Punch flipped on TFN. I know that gotta be a lie, Garcia. You must just be a dick sucker. Punch flipped on TFN. I know damn well that's a lie. That nigga Punch go kill somebody for T.O. No, I know you hate it. I knew before, but I'm on. Smash the light. Damn, Punch, answer my question before you go, bro. Damn, Garcia, I'm dead. He said they got video proof of that shit. Ask him. Where did you see this video proof, Garcia? Where can I look this up? Let me read this shit. Lisa Snow. Canelo admitted himself. I think that he's not the same though. Just like Earl Spence, there are still human damage to the body, man. Yeah, Lisa, but I wouldn't say just like Earl, because Earl hasn't shown something he does. Where do you see a dip off, Lisa, between Earl Spence and his career? You don't. I'll answer right now. You don't see a dip. I think he's been better since the car accident because he's living that life. When have you ever seen Spence look this good? Right now, physique-wise, and even just dominating people, too. He came straight off the car accident and beat the shit out of Garcia. And they took that fight because they believe he set out his own mouth, him and his daddy. The car accident changed him. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. No, it did not. And he learned the fucking hard way. Earl balance isn't the same. He slowed down. But what fight can you point to? And what fight before that where you like, see, he's fast here, his balance is here. And then the next one, okay, he slowed down and he doesn't have the same balance because he still throws the same amount of punches, if not more. And I hope you're not talking about like the time he got his foot stepped on or the time he gets pushed, like in the Ugas fight. I think he got his foot stepped on in the Porter fight and the other fight. Yeah, he's not the same as in his body, Lisa. So we agree there for sure. He's not the same as in his body, but it doesn't show up yet. It don't show. It may took years off his career. Like he could fight till he's 40 and now he can only fight till he's 37, 38 at a high level for sure. It most likely did, but there's no drop off we've seen. We've seen Canelo. What I'm saying is we've seen Canelo drop off and we could name the fight. He was great here. That third Triple G fight is where I seen the drop off heavy. Because even the Bivol loss, he was still strong and he was still using his jab. He was still very slick. Now he's none of that. But I don't all the way want to say now because that was his tune-up fight. But I don't see how that, like you showed me 2 fights, it went from bad to worse. And now shit, the only way I think it can go is even worse than that. But shit, we'll see. Especially if he uses the same old Eddie Reynoso game plan. Your power will bail you out. No, the fuck it won't. And people thinking Jamel, the weight will be a problem. No, because think about it. He fights at 154. What do you think he rehydrates to? And remember, him and his brother flipped a coin to see who would fight at 154 and who would fight at 160. Because they could both make both weights. So if he fights at 154 and he got to suck down, what do you think he comes up? What, 164? 10, 12 pounds he fights at? And then Derek said he wants him to, he's going to come in at around that same weight. 64 or so. Maybe 5. Remember, Canelo has problems with people with a great jab, a high boxing IQ, and good feet. And throw combinations, you won the fight, bro. So I literally have my own thoughts, but okay. Did I say something, Lisa? You talking to me? What did I just say? Why did I say that? Wow. I don't know. But any questions y'all got for me? Cause I'm finna go ahead and get up out of here, cuz. I gotta clean my little gunnies. Tomorrow I'm gonna watch that. Y'all gonna watch that fight tomorrow? Yeah, Pig. I ain't gonna say that fucking name. Yeah, Pig. He said that in he did a Fight Hype interview, I believe. He said they ain't really talked or thought about that fight too much. Well, he hasn't himself, but they talked about the weight because he was like he don't want him to gain no weight. No, I'm not talking to you. Oh, okay, yeah. I was about to say what the fuck did I do? Yeah, Pig. He said he wants him to come in at that weight. Watch the whole Fight Hype interview with Derek James. This dude, Derek James, is a monster. Watch how he try. I can't wait to see Ryan Garcia's next fight. And AJ, more so Ryan Garcia, because AJ had different problems, but I think they can even change his mentality in that doghouse. Pound for pound king. Okay, Kambosos and Maxi. I may be alone in this, but I think that will be a closer fight than people think. Maxi is nobody's walk in the park unless you're an A plus fighter at 135. And even then, you still gotta stay on your P's and Q's. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you can just go in there and bullshit. But I think Kambosos is a good fighter, bro. I don't know, but people gonna see that after he do what he do to Maxi. I think he's gonna pull away in the fight. I think at first, yeah, pound for pound king. But people say that about Devin Haney too, and Devin Haney got more knockouts than Kambosos. So that means Kambosos got absolutely no power either. But I'm gonna tell you this: Kambosos is gonna throw a lot of punches and bunches, and he's also a good boxer too. He's just limited physically, like his power and his height and reach. But everything else, he's good. He's gonna pull away during that fight towards the later rounds, and shit, he might even stop him. I believe he's gonna drop Maxi. I think he's gonna drop him though. Damn, Lisa. Don't start with Lisa now. Haney has 11 more fights than Kambosos. That's why his knockout percentage is higher. Yeah, but regardless, the point still stands. They both have no power, people say, right? People say Devin don't have no power and Kambosos don't. But it's enough. It is enough. There's a difference between no power at all and enough power. Paula Malignaggi had no power, not even a good pop. There was none. Like you can literally just walk him down, and he's never gonna hurt you. You don't see people do that with Devin. You don't really see people. Well, T.O. tried to do that with Kambosos, and what happened? He ended up on his ass. He ended up with a fat ass gash over his eye and a big ass swollen black eye. As long as it's enough, you're good. Because it's the punches you don't see. And if it's enough pop on that punch and you get caught with it and you don't see it, you're going down. Even if it's a flash knockdown, it still fucking counts. But yeah, y'all, I'm out this mud. Peace to the boxing world. Y'all stay safe.
What's up, Mr. Rap Star? What's up in the chat? Need a little cigarette. You know what I'm saying? I think you do. Because we got some motherfuckers on here that act like they want some smoke. So I had to jump up and see if it was true or not, see if some motherfucker wanted some smoke. Because it sure seemed like it. We sure had some big mouths, you know. And saying this and saying that. But I don't see that lady boy Lisa up here anywhere. Do you? That's a fucking lady boy, or it's a frontin' ass hoe or some shit like that. But I'm tired of that bitch. So I'm calling out Lisa Snow. That's how tough I am. That's how much smoke I got. I'm calling out Lisa Snow. She probably bigger than me. I'll have to stand on a stack of phone books to slap the bitch. But come on up, man. Let's hear that sexy female voice you got, huh? Huh? Because like you said, you ain't a dude. And it's Free Smoke Friday. Invented by Rapstar, not down the road at Black and Brown. Shit was invented here. So hop up on the panel, Lisa. Let's hear that sweet voice you got, girlfriend. Let's hear some of your takes on boxing. I'm sure you got a lot of original takes on boxing, don't you? Huh? Because all I ever hear is bop, 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 bop. Same shit I hear down the fucking street. I tell you that you good at hearing and comprehend and retaining shit, because you can regurgitate it out. Just like, you know, you eat a Big Mac and then you puke it up. Let's go. Hey, male or female, hey, these female, these lesbo, these bull dyke bitch cunts, they want equality. They think they're just like men and shit. Well, come on, bitch. I ain't afraid to smoke your dumb ass. Male or female, I don't give a fuck. Get your fat ass up here, Lisa. Huh? And I'll spake your little bottom and make it red, and you can go sit down and cry. And have your lesbo friend rub some lotion or cream or something on it, because I do not give a fuck about it. It don't mean a fuck to me, bitch. I don't care. I'll call out a woman. Yeah, I'm a tough guy. Yeah, I'll call out a fucking lesbian. Fuck that fat bitch. And then she's gonna try to tell a grown man don't. You see that? Bitch tried to tell me don't. Ain't that about a bitch? Get the fuck out of here with that. You better go back on down the road to Ring IQ and jump on that fool's panel. That way you can get in his chat. That way you can talk about ladies boxing. Something you should be talking about. You don't hear us talking about the WNBA, right, ho? Yeah, that's right. Because nobody gives a fuck. You don't hear us talk about lady boxing, don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm spazzing out. I'm all right. I'm fucking. Hey, listen, man. I moved into a no smoking building. So I'm wound up tighter than little sister's outfit, man. Because I can't fucking smoke at will. And I'm about ready to fucking swing somebody around by the fucking ponytail and slam up against the fucking wall. Happy I ain't. You dig what I'm talking about? I went from smoking as fucking much as I want, sitting in my easy chair, to fucking gotta go outside. No. Down 2.5 flights of stairs, too. Get the fuck out of here with that. Yeah, I'm old. I don't know what's going on. Fuck, I don't know shit. I don't know shit. Well, why don't you have Lisa Snow come up here and she can fucking school me, okay? She knows everything about boxing, got all these comments about fucking everything. Well, come on up, sweetheart. Let's hear it. Come on up here and repeat what you heard Punch say and what you heard Rapstar and what you heard me say and everybody else. because there ain't one original thought in that head. I already know that. Unless it's some new way to make fucking cake icing or something. Yeah, where are you? Okay, I'll chill out. Don Ramon, he asked me twice, chill out. So, all right, I'll let it alone. Don Ramon's rep is on the line now. He says that hoe is a bitch because a bitch is a bitch, as a hoe is a slut. You think I'm lying? Ask Too Short. As he short but funky.
What you said, John?
I'm wound up. Who wants it?
What you said, John?
Big bad dog. To keep this shit on boxing, man, I don't know what all that talk was earlier, quite honestly. All this stuff about the wraps and the gloves, and I don't know what all the sort of nonsense is about. It's quite simple. Okay, you have your lawyer when you're drawing up your contracts, and you have all that shit in the contract. And you don't sign a fucking contract until you got the wraps and the gloves squared away. And it's going to be the gym I go to, we use Mexican wraps. Why aren't they using that? It's what they call a Mexican wrap. It's a 152 centimeter fucking wrap. That's it. That's all the tape you can use. I don't get why they're fucking, I don't get this shit. You look at something like the NFL or something, and everybody uses the same helmet, the same shoulder pads. You don't get to fucking pick what kind you use and what brand and shit. So there has to be some kind of standardization in boxing, which of course there's never going to be. Therefore, you're going to have to put it in that contract. Put it in your contract, buddy. You're using these gloves and it's this kind of wrap, and everybody's present when the fighter's hands get wrapped. It's this kind of freaking tape. It's this kind of gauze. It's this kind of gloves. You put it in the contract. You don't follow the contract, fights off. Quit crying about gloves and wraps and weights and all this caca. Quit crying about it. Get a good lawyer and put it in your contract. Have that contract right there in the frickin' locker room. Have it for the ring walk. And if them gloves and all that shit doesn't line up, fuck you. You can sue me if you want to. But I got it right here in the contract. You will use this kind of tape, this much of it, this length of it, and these gloves, period. And that way, you can't do this like we've been hearing all night. Just complaining about, oh, the wraps were this and the gloves were that, and then his was busted, mine wasn't. But really? Well, your lawyer's not crossing his T's and dotting his I's and making sure that none of that kind of nonsense and shenanigans happen. That's what you have a contract for, is to make sure that kind of nonsense doesn't happen. So I don't know what kind of contracts are getting written where you can just wear any kind of gloves you want and any kind of wrap you want and put them on at any time you want. Hey, that's a contract thing. Don't be blaming the commission or anybody else, because you put that in your contract up front. And I know damn well that that's how they did it old school. They're not doing it now. Tough shit. Don't complain about it. But don't rely on some commission to come along or some fucking sealed set of gloves or all this other bullshit. Fuck that. I'm putting this shit in my contract, and Mr. Promoter and Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Opponent, if you want me to fight tonight, you better fucking follow this contract by the letter or go fuck yourself. That's what contracts are for. So, I'm sorry, but I'm not buying this crybaby stuff about gloves and wraps. I think it's a bunch of crybaby modern day boxing horse shit. That's what I think it is. Okay? Don't like it, but fuck off. That's all I can tell you. Put the shit in the contract. Get a good lawyer. You think one of Rick Glazer's fighters or somebody that he's dealing with is going to have a bunch of nonsense with a bunch of fucking gloves? Are you kidding? Fuck out of here. Put that shit up front in the contract, and now there's no ballyhoo and booey-hoo about trying to fucking change it up on you. Well, they won't let us see it. Well, you put it in the contract. God damn it. We're going to contract. You're going to do A, B, C, and D with these wraps and these gloves. Sign on the line if you want to. But once you sign on the line, bud, it's going to be A, B, C, D with the wraps and the gloves. Don't like it? You don't get to change it. You don't get to fuck around and put your wrap on early and all this kind of shit. No, you're contracted to do this. A, B, C, and D. It's real fucking simple. I know a line of fucking crapola when I hear it, okay?
Can you hear me?
Do what?
Can you hear me?
Who is that?
This is Lisa Snow.
This is who?
Lisa Snow.
Never heard of you.
Yeah.
Can't hear you, babe.
What were you saying?
Can't hear you, babe.
Oh, that's what I thought.
You gotta turn that mic up, sweetheart. I'm an old man, you know, and I can't hear shit.
Can you hear me now?
I got wax and hair and shit all up in my ears, you know.
It's okay. Can you hear me now? No. Yes.
Well, welcome to the panel, Miss Lisa Snow. What's on your mind tonight?
I just heard you talking some shit in the chat, so I mean, I got a female voice, don't I?
I don't know. That's up to you. I don't know what you got to do.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So
I don't know what you got to do.
So what were you saying again?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
You didn't read it?
You was chatting in the chat. Say what you gotta say.
Well,
Yeah.
you remember what all these other men say. You can't remember what I said?
I don't remember what anybody say. Okay. Yeah, I follow my own pace, my own rules. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
You talking about I follow somebody. Who do I follow? I speak my mind. I say what I say. Yeah. If I agree with something, I agree with something, and I stand on it.
I be seeing that. I sure do.
But I did agree with what you said about the gloves. I agree with that because I felt the same way. I felt the same way, honestly. So.
Yeah, I've been around a long time, and this ain't nothing new. You don't get punked. You don't let your opponent punk you with your wraps and your gloves. You don't let that happen.
That should have been addressed like a while ago. That's honestly how I feel. Like I feel like it should have been addressed about the gloves and the wraps before he lost. You know what I mean? Because now it looked like basically he got knocked out and now it's an excuse. You know what I mean? So.
Well, I wasn't saying all that. Now I wasn't saying it was. I didn't say nothing about no excuses, but I'm just saying.
But that's how it's taken. Like I believe, both sides, it's two sides to every story, and then there's the truth. So I just feel like with the Fulton situation in general, now everybody's going to compare him to Wilder. Because Wilder had the Glovegate situation. So a lot of people are going to be looking at Fulton basically like he's lying as well.
I don't know. He can hold up his contract and say, look, he's supposed to be wearing these. But the whole thing with the gloves, it's just one more level of corruption. And that's why they don't ever straighten it out. It would be real easy to straighten it out. And you just sign a contract like the NFL does with a helmet supplier for 5, 10 years, whatever the NFL does, that's what you do in boxing. But the problem is you don't have one single entity in boxing. You got 4 freaking sanctioning bodies. You got at least 2 others that are wannabes. You don't have a one thing like the NFL or Major League Baseball or the National Hockey League. There's none of that. And so everything's just, she didn't even know that there's rules in different states and whatnot and all this crap. Okay. And so
Hey, this
that
is
way.
Rap Star. I'm back here, man. Is that Lisa Snow, the Queen? What's going on, Lisa? Hey, man, I appreciate you coming to the channel. I appreciate your points, having the ladies' point of view. So I just want to let you know, man, we appreciate you over here on the Rap Star channel, Lisa.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you properly, though.
I'm trying to talk as loud as I can.
Now we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hey, Rap, what's up?
Hey, man, I appreciate you, Lisa. I don't know what's been going on in the channel. When I start cooking, I start leaving the channel because I'm multitasking, then I leave it to all the people, you know?
Let everybody have their opinions.
Yeah, it's an open platform here, Lisa. So, yeah, I appreciate your point of views as well. So what made you come onto the panel? What happened?
I had to come up because, sometimes, people say I'm a guy or, they want me to hop up. And I usually just, let it slide. But I don't know. Tonight, I just, I just seen some comments from a certain person and it just made me hop up.
Okay.
She got called out by a real
So
man.
basically, you mean that certain comments were made. So you had to pull up, Lisa, show these people that you for real.
Exactly.
Okay, you sound all woman to me, girl.
Yeah.
So some people think you were trolling, yeah?
They do. A lot of people call me a guy, but it's okay.
Hey, John, she sound like a sexy woman to me, but anyway, that's regardless. I'm just saying she's an all woman over here. She sounds like a woman to me.
Hey, she's woman enough. You know what I mean? She sounds sweet to me, bro.
Well, you were saying that you didn't know who she was, and you were trying to, like, make it look like Lisa wasn't representing women, but she is who she is.
Yeah, she is. Hey, shout out to Lisa for jumping up, proving the old man wrong. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, because we don't have many women in boxing, and I think what it is, some people in the chat, right? They try to make out who they're not. So we don't really have many women like you, Lisa. We don't have women coming over here with their opinions as much, because boxing's more a dominant man sport.
Yeah, I understand that. I was in the army as well, and it was, mostly men. So, and I grew up around men, so,
You was in the army, yeah?
Yes, I was in the army.
Oh, you a tough girl, man. So you've been through. You've seen a lot. You've seen a different side of life where a lot of everybody doesn't really get to see. So it gives you more of a, I would say, thick skin. I would say, you're more, I don't know, like a sponge to certain situations. Am I correct? Or would you say that, it makes you think a different way?
It definitely will make you think a different way, but it's probably the reason why I'm so patient. I let a lot of stuff slide usually because I know it's not that serious.
Well, now I got you on the panel. I got to ask you a couple of questions. Is that cool? Lisa, are you there? I keep losing her.
Yeah, her mic's out, bro.
I don't know where is she here. I
You hear
keep
me?
losing. I can hear you now.
Voice too.
Yeah,
I
you
have
keep going and then you come back.
I have my AirPods in, so I don't know.
Yeah, I need to ask you something, and with your AirPods on, hopefully they're working. So Lisa, so where you represent? Where you represent? What part of America?
Florida. I'm from Miami, Florida.
Ah, you living where that beautiful water is and the beautiful beaches and the lovely weather, and yeah, it's happening where you are.
Yeah, I'm in Miami on my profile picture.
Okay. Yeah, I see you, Lisa. Yeah. And so what? What got you into boxing?
So I was boxing when I was younger. My dad like basically bought us boxing gloves for Christmas, and I always been into the sport. Like it was boxing, football, basketball, but I just fell in love with the sport of boxing, honestly.
Okay, so you've always had some kind of a passion for it, huh?
Yes, and when I was in the army, I was a combatives instructor. So combatives in general, um, I basically like.
So are you always been into fitness?
Yes,
So
I'm,
you're like,
I'm
yeah, are you always in and out the gym or being fit, or is that your lifestyle? Is that something that you always followed?
yeah, I followed it more. I can't lie. The army did make me follow it more. I wasn't like running 6 miles every day, basically how you do in the army, but I do believe, health is wealth.
That's facts. That's facts. You know what I mean? Like, I like people with a discipline because I've trained around disciplined people. And you say that you went to the army, but I've been around when I was younger around the tutorial army in England, right? So that's when you go learn in order to get into the army. And I've trained around boxers. I've been around different circuits, but yeah, I think discipline of training it definitely gives you a different mindset about how you are in this life. It gives you positive mental attitude as well when you're training because it keeps you fit. So your mind's strong as well. I think training helps you in your life. I think you should never give it up.
Definitely.
Yeah, but you're very low again. You speak really well and it's not loud, and then it goes like we can just about hear you.
I have my AirPods in. I mean,
Now we can hear you.
Yeah, but you don't talk through your ear pods, do you?
yeah,
You have a microphone for that. The ear pods are for listening.
I mean, that's what I'm talking through right now.
Yeah, I can hear you now. But are you still in the fit? Do you still keep fit? You still go in and out the gym? You keeping a lifestyle like that, or after the army you relaxing, or you live a different life? I haven't even asked you. You got kids?
Yes, I do yoga and I like to do basically fitness that basically works your actual body, like,
Are you doing yoga?
push-ups.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do yoga, push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups,
So
mountain
you do a full
climbers.
push up. You don't do a push up like some of the girls when I used to train them in the gym. They used to use, because I could see they couldn't do real push ups. I used to make them do push ups on their knees. You know what I mean? I
So
used
you
to make
start.
them do push up on their knees but you do proper push ups, yeah?
Yeah, I do proper push-ups and I love CrossFit. So I really love like actually working with my body to know like my weight, if that makes sense. Like I like to use my own weight when I work out.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
do.
no, sorry, John, go on, mate.
Well, Rap, I just want to ask a quick question about the yoga thing, because I tried doing that. How long you been doing that, Lisa? And how long did it take you to even get in that? They call it like the number one position or lotus or something. I can't even do that. I don't have enough stretch for that.
When I first started yoga, it was hard. Like I thought it would be easy, but it was harder than what I thought it was. It took me like
Yeah,
a
it is.
year. It took me like a year to really get like strong
A
enough
year.
because you work at your arms mostly. Like when you get your core is the main part of your body. If you get your core strong enough, you can do anything.
Well, I gotta like I can sit down on the floor without my hands and knees touching the floor, and I can stand up. And there's a lot of fatties in this chat that I guarantee you can't do that. Try sitting on the floor without your knees or hands touching the floor, and then try to stand up without your knees or hands touching the floor, just your feet. Good luck, fellas. But that yoga thing, I thought I was going to do. I do a lot of ab work and I do a lot of push ups, and I don't mess around with weights. But when you said yoga, and I tried to do that about 2 or 3 months ago, and man, it's impossible. It doesn't have anything to do with strength, does it? I think it's all flexibility. And you got to be stretched out really well, or you can forget it, man. I don't care how strong you are, you're not going to do yoga. I don't think. Is that right?
Yeah, you gotta get used to it. It's one of those things. You gotta get your body used to it.
Yeah, but you've done a lot of stretching exercises, right?
Yeah, of course.
That's what I mean. You see, most people don't do that. You got to stretch if you're going to do yoga. You got to do a lot of stretching.
Man,
And
listen,
that
listen,
running 6
listen. Let me
miles,
tell you guys something. Yeah, I've seen some guys who've always told me, even girls, yo, rap, you want to come and chill, man. You want to do some yoga. This is a little bit a while ago. I don't know why, man. I want to do yoga, but I ain't got the patience. Sometimes I realize that yoga is a meditation, that you got to just be able to get out of the zone and forget about everything in the world and just be fucking patient to learn all these body movements and all that. Man, I still got a lot of ADHD. When I train hard, but I just can't sit to learn yoga yet. Maybe later as I get older, Lisa, I do feel like I want to learn yoga. You know what I mean? Because I feel like it's a good thing for the whole body. But swimming is there as well. But I think yoga's mental. It's not physical. It's more of a meditation or something. Am I right or wrong?
no, you're wrong.
Yeah, I thought the same too, but it's very physical.
Here's the basic thing, rap star, that I
No, but
learned.
there's a different forms of yoga. There's all different types of yoga, isn't there?
Oh,
There's
there's
levels.
different types,
Yeah.
but I mean, it's a lot physically, like on the body, but when you actually get to know your body when you're doing yoga, that helps you mentally.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. And you know how your shoulder rotates? You can take your shoulder and you can rotate it in a circle. Well, your hip moves the same way, but nobody moves their hip that way. And so you try moving your hip, your leg, swing your leg out and try to rotate it like you do your arm, and you won't be able to do it. You won't have hardly any range of motion. And that's the problem. And so I've been working on that, trying to work on that hip joint. And so it's like my arm. So I got stretched like you know how you do a 360 thing with your arm? You're supposed to be able to do that with your leg, man. It's the same kind of joint, ball and socket joint. And I found out that I don't have near enough stretch or flexibility in that hip to be able to even sit in that lotus position with your legs, with your knees crossed or with your feet crossed like that and your knees flat on the floor. I can't get my knees flat on the floor. You got to have stretch in your hip to be able to do that.
Hey, I want to give a big shout out to my friend Gabriel Sanchez supporting the channel. You know what I mean? Big shout out to Gabriel Sanchez with the $5 super chat, bruv.
All
Respect
right.
to you. And there's some bear money over there. Thank you so much, Gabriel. Support the channel. Just like, you know what I mean? Sometimes we got to support. But yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I'm all about lifting your own body weight. I'm all about circuit training. I'm all about doing everything that your great body can do for yourself without needing to, do too much weights. Because the more stamina you build from training hard, doing circuit training, thousands and thousands of press ups, millions of sit ups, all that quality of muscle that you build in your body. That's why you get some guys which are tough, solid, that they don't need to be overgrown and they can push, and they've got so much muscle endurance that these weightlifters ain't got shit on these people because they've only got a quick impact strength. Guys who do a lot of body training in their own body training, right? And even like Lisa does, she does a lot of her own, it's like she works with her body. That quality of strength gives you endurance and stamina, more better for your muscle.
That's why that Nordic track thing that Chuck Norris used to sell, that's the only good exercise machine I've ever seen, because it uses your body weight and you just tilt the board and use the weight. And so it's always your own body weight. It's never weights or anything. And Lisa, I wanted to ask you that 6 miles a day you talked about running in the Army, that was just in boot camp, right? They don't make you run after boot camp, do they?
They do. It's called PT. It's physical training, basically, in the morning.
You don't run every day in the Army, do you?
Yes, you run every day. Every day is a run day. That's their slogan.
I thought that was Marines only that ran every day. The Army's
No.
making you run 6 miles every single day you're in the Army, except when you're on leave.
Yes, you have to run because, it's boots on the ground.
Right. And so you have fighters though, Lisa, that they have this idea that they don't have to run. Can you explain that at all? Because I can't explain that.
What fighters?
They think they can do a Stairmaster or a treadmill or fool around in a swimming pool instead of going and run 6 miles every morning, which requires, as you well know, Lisa, requires a great amount of discipline to get up every morning, tie your running shoes on or your boots and go run 6 miles a day. Part of that is the discipline and the strong mental aspect of it that you get from doing that, right? It's not just the cardio that you get. It's the discipline and the mental toughness that you get because you got up every day at 5 a.m. and ran your 6 miles and this douchebag over here didn't, right? So you have that edge and you know you've got that edge. It's the same way with boxers. You got to get up, man. 4 a.m., 5 a.m. You got to go do your road work every day, all the time too, year round, not just during training camp. Fighters out there listening, we're tired of it as fans that you guys gas out. Canelo was gassed after 3 rounds against Bivol. He's normally gassed after 6. That's ridiculous. We're tired of it as fight fans. Get out there and do your road work like this nice lady Lisa Snow learned in the Army. That's the way you do it. That's the way you train. And I'll get off my soapbox. Go ahead, Rap.
No, now Lisa's all nice and she's so lovely and everything. You were just screaming about Lisa.
Well,
saying
hey,
that
man,
you don't know Lisa's for real. Lisa could be this. Lisa's hiding behind the. Now she's such a nice, lovely lady. See, you had a quick conversation. You can never judge a book by its cover.
Well, you know how that chat is, Rap. It could be anybody. And guys fool around all the time, So, after a while, it's like, hey, come on.
I hear you.
And especially that pic, look how gorgeous she is in that pic.
Now, let me speak to Lisa, will you? I like to speak to her about some.
Sure, go ahead, bro.
A couple of things. I think, I want to ask her some boxing questions because I always see her in the chat. Now, most of the time I agree with Lisa, but I think on the Terence Crawford fight, Lisa, you got Crawford winning by stoppage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the fans why you think Terence Crawford on the 29th on Saturday, because I will see you on that day. I hope to see you back. Why you think Terence Crawford, because you've been coming here a lot saying that he's going to stop Errol Spence. Why?
So, Errol Spence is a great fighter to me. He got the belts, at a time, and he got in a car accident and still beat Danny Garcia. And he came and he beat you guys after he beat Pac. I just feel like he's such a great fighter. But Crawford is going to knock him the fuck out. Okay. Crawford is going to knock him the fuck out. I got it between 8 rounds to 11. I believe it's the 9th round. Crawford is going to knock him out. Like, I know this.
Now, you do realize that if that don't happen in the 9th or the 10th or the 11th or the 12th, you will be back here on that Saturday with so much respect for probably Errol Spence if that don't happen.
I will have respect for Errol Spence.
But it'll be more. That'll be more.
But the thing is, he had a long layoff. And, of course, he had a long layoffs before, but you can't do that every fight. So he had a long layoff. He didn't have a tune-up, so he will look rusty in the fight. Why would you want to look rusty in the biggest fight of your career?
I hear you. I mean, you have seen that sometimes some fighters, it's a fight with Crawford. They get rounds with Crawford. Even Sean Porter. You know, there's certain fighters that have, you know, it takes a while for Crawford to even get to the point where he can dominate the fighter. Would that be a detrimental for Crawford? As you've always seen, he starts after the fourth round, fifth round, like more of a gas.
Crawford does usually start late. Errol Spence, he's not banking on, you know, Crawford starting late because he think he's going to start early this fight. And I think he's training for that. When I watched his media workout, it seemed like he was mainly focusing on stamina, you know? So I believe that Crawford probably will start earlier than he usually does. And I think it will be a problem for Errol Spence. I think Errol Spence will be winning the first beginning rounds, and then Crawford is going to come along. I mean, the body work is not going to be enough. Terrence Crawford can also throw body work as well. So I just believe that it's going to be too much, and Crawford is faster. And that's going to be the key point in that fight. It's going to be speed. Errol Spence is slower after the car accident. And Terrence Crawford is faster. And Errol Spence, it's going to look like he's hurt, probably even when he's not, because he's been off balance. So when Crawford hit him with any type of good shot, Errol Spence is going to fall back. And when Crawford sees that, he's going to take advantage.
Is there any way that Crawford might not want to fight with Errol Spence in the pocket like that because he might want to fight going in and out, fighting these moments, trying to get shots off where they're cleaner shots? You know, Crawford likes to come from angles. You know, would you feel like there could be a point Errol Spence can, you know, close the distance and do what Velasquez does, like try and hurt Crawford? We've seen Crawford do the stinky leg against Gamboa. I'm just saying, do you ever look at that Velasquez not quick knockdown? Do you ever think that Errol Spence can hurt Crawford?
Errol Spence can definitely hurt Crawford. Like, Errol Spence can definitely hurt him. But the thing is, with that, will it affect Crawford, or will he come back stronger like he did against Mean Machine? He came back stronger, basically. So will he hurt him enough for him to be hurt, get knocked down, or get knocked out? Because he couldn't hurt Mikey Garcia. That is true. He couldn't hurt Danny Garcia. That is true. And he couldn't really hurt Ugas other than his eye. He didn't knock him down. He didn't knock Ugas out. It basically was stopped because of his eye. So if he can't hurt Terrence Crawford's eye, or can't hurt Terrence Crawford to the body, and Terrence Crawford doesn't get dropped, and Terrence Crawford keeps pushing and keeps hurting Errol Spence, and eventually as the rounds go on and go on, and Crawford doesn't have a black eye, swollen eye, and it's no damage actually to his body, then he can hurt Spence.
Are you thinking that everything that Errol Spence has done to other fighters exterior, like Kell Brook, Ugas, his eyes and all that, those are because those fighters are there to be hit at some point, correct?
Correct. They want to fight in the pocket.
You don't think Terrence Crawford will be in that position consistently for Errol Spence to break a jaw or break an eye?
I don't, because Terrence Crawford has great footwork. He can switch from, you know, southpaw to ortho. He can just switch stances.
But better than footwork, Queen. Better than footwork, Queen. He's got great reflexes.
He does. Like I said, he's faster. He's quicker as well. So I mean, it's gonna be hard for Errol Spence. It's gonna seem like it's easy at first, and then it's gonna get rough as the fight goes on, because he had a long layoff and he didn't have a tune-up. And that media workout, he did get tired. And Errol Spence media workout, he did get tired. You could tell.
So you also think that this whole gas tank of Errol Spence might be the key factor that in this fight he could possibly then get tired for trying to keep up such a pace that Terrence Crawford will try to make you know, where Crawford tries to raise the game, Errol Spence will find it hard to stay up with that kind of stamina?
I believe so. In Errol Spence's previous fights, He usually, you know, he's a high volume puncher, basically. He throws a whole bunch of punches in every single round. His stamina usually hasn't been an issue. But I just feel like in this fight, since he didn't have like a tune-up or a long layoff, there will be some rounds. Like I said, he will be winning the first beginning, probably the first 4 rounds. But in the middle, those rounds is what's going to count. And I don't think, you know, if he has any type of off rounds in that fight, Terrence Crawford is going to take full advantage. Errol Spence can't make a mistake. Terrence Crawford can probably make a mistake, but I don't think Errol Spence, he can make a mistake.
Okay, now that's a good point. Lisa Snow thinks Errol Spence cannot be as vulnerable and make the mistake like he did with August with Crawford like that. But Crawford makes a mistake. Even if he gets hurt, Lisa could be right because Crawford comes back stronger. So it's a matter of who makes a mistake and who pays for those mistakes, right? And we don't know because we have seen Terence Crawford pay, like give people, when they make a mistake, he ends the job sometimes. And he's done that with all the welterweights closer to the end of the fight. And it just seems like people feel like the same copy and paste that he's done to Jeff Horn, Amir Khan, Kell Brook, Cav Velasquez, Sean Porter, they feel like that same copy and paste will possibly happen to Errol Spence.
That's true. Because it can definitely happen. He actually did stop. I mean, Sean Porter wasn't the same Sean Porter, but he did stop Sean Porter. So you have to give him some type of credit. You know what I mean? Even though, you know, it's kind of iffy to me, you know, but he was stopping them. You know what I mean? He does have the power. And I just feel like with the speed and the power, it could be a problem for Errol Spence. The car accident also, I mean, I noticed that he's more off balance and he's slower. I mean, Terrence Crawford is fast, you know. I think it's still a great fight though, you know. I want to see what Errol Spence can really bring because, you know.
I'm trying to see if you can convince me.
Yeah. I mean,
look, I appreciate your boxing knowledge and your boxing talk. Do you normally go on panels and talk boxing?
I don't.
I've
I
never
usually
heard.
just.
I can't hear you. Is this your first time on a panel, or are you been to other panels?
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
This is my first time being like on a panel from what I can remember. I don't know if I've ever been on the panel before. It was probably some years ago if I have, but yeah.
Hey, let me tell you something, people. For somebody who's never been on a panel, yeah, are you telling me that Lisa Snow is doing a good job right now? Like she talks boxing every day to me. So what do you guys think? Because for me, I think, Lisa, you need to go and click the link a bit more often.
Well, I think I'm something special for getting Lisa up on the panel, Rap Star.
I think you're a wanker, but now I appreciate you because I think I think Lisa showing me having a woman's opinion is pretty cool. And I would like to know, Lisa, sometimes don't be shy. You know, sometimes when we're talking about certain things, I hope you'll be able to hit the link again. Not just because John's called you out. You know, now that we know who you are, I just hope you don't be a stranger. I can't hear you again, Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa, we like your takes and we love your sweet, sexy
And
voice.
John's a wanker. We know John's a wanker. He can be a bit of a cunt. But
Well,
I will say this though. Lisa got some boxing talk, but she still hasn't convinced me with Terence Crawford. I like her talk though. And listen, I agree with her. Crawford's got all the things that she's saying. Hey, Crawford can do exactly what she's saying. I'm not saying that Lisa ain't telling you how she sees it. I can see that too. But I still slightly edge it. There's the link, Lisa. I don't know what happened to you. But I slightly, I see where Lisa's looking at it, and I can see how she looks at this fight with Errol Spence and Crawford. But again, I think, Lisa, you didn't get to answer what I said. I think a lot of people appreciate your talk, especially being a woman on the Rap Star Boxing Show. So I would hope that you're not a stranger again, and you'll always sometimes come and chop it up with us.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh yeah, that it won't be a problem. I'm not trying to convince you. I think it's a good fight. You know,
No, I'm not
I'll
interested in that. I want to know, would you come and hit the link on more often and not be a stranger?
I'll hit the link more often, especially after the fight.
Yeah, I definitely got to speak to you after the fight. I mean, I can see it going the way you're saying. I'm just not convinced that he knocks Errol out like he knocked everybody else out. I just think Errol's a caliber ahead of all those other guys as well. Now, I can see Terence Crawford winning on points, hurting Errol maybe later on and winning certain more rounds. But as far as stopping him, hey, that's a tough one. I hope you know, Lisa. That's going to be a big task for Terence Crawford to stop Errol Spence as well. I feel.
To be honest, I feel like Terrence Crawford is going to have to stop him. I feel like he is going to, but I think if it goes to a decision, Errol Spence is going to win. To be honest with you,
Really?
um, yes, if he doesn't knock Errol Spence out, and if he doesn't have a stamina issue and he's not as rusty and he doesn't have any off rounds at all, then I think because he's a high volume puncher, he's gonna Crawford doesn't punch a lot and Crawford doesn't have the best defense. To be honest, he doesn't. So I think that, Errol will touch Terrence Crawford. It's not like it's not going to happen, So I feel like automatically, if it goes to the decision, Errol Spence is going to be the winner.
Yeah. I mean, look, everybody's got different. In this chat, 50% of the people got Crawford sometimes, 50% of the people got Spence. And that's what makes this fight so great and intriguing. Just like what Don Ramon says, he goes, Lisa knows her boxing, and I know she's always in the chat, but I got Spence. And it's just, such a, different kind of a fight. But you are very confident, and I've seen it from day one. You've been very confident on Terence Crawford, and you're very convinced on Crawford, and I can say that that's something that a lot of people either they see it for Spence or Crawford. So it's just one of those fights, Lisa.
Yeah, it's one of those fights. And I see both point of views. Like, I understand why people have Errol Spence because of his work rate, basically. I see why they have Errol Spence winning. Um, Terrence Crawford, like I said, he doesn't have the best defense. So they see, Spence eventually hurting him with, how many punches he throws around. Eventually he will hit his eye. That's what they believe. And it could happen, you know. They call him the
Well,
eye snatcher, so it could happen.
and not only that, I think a fight of such a magnitude, right? We're all sitting here, all making, our own kind of an outlook of how the fight could go. But ultimately, anything can play into a ring. Remember this, Lisa. You can get injured in the fourth round. With such a fight, anything can happen. You could get such a bad headbutt and somebody's eyes just totally cut open. That can play a factor into a fight. You know, there is a few things that we overlook. Fights don't go straight forward sometimes at that level.
That's true. Also, he had surgery on his eye, so Crawford
Yeah,
might be
yeah.
targeting that eye.
Yeah, and not only that, I think Crawford's got a lot of good things going for him. He's a gym rat. He hasn't had that time off a ring like Errol Spence. Hasn't been in and out of bars like Errol Spence. He hasn't had that car crash. I mean, ultimately, you can say that Crawford got those good things going on. But then Errol Spence, a bigger man, fought the better people. Errol Spence, the younger guy. Is Errol Spence, who's the more powerful guy? I just can't wait to see who brings the more power. Does Terence Crawford bring that power from the looping shots, stepping back, analyzing his shots and coming into you? Or does Errol Spence bring that consistency that breaks you down? It's just a matter of whose gas tank is going to be great, whose stamina takes its great place in that fight. And, you know, I don't know, man. I want to see a knockdown. To be honest, I want to see a knockout. I don't care, but I want to see a great fight ultimately. I hope it's not a barn burner, which means, I mean, not barn burner. I hope it's not a boring fucking fight. I hope this fight don't become
Right.
like clinches and where the rounds are going slow and they got too much respect for each other, Lisa.
It's gonna be like that because you know Errol he fights on the inside. If anybody was clinching, it would be Crawford. You know, I believe, but Errol can fight on the inside still. So even if Crawford clinches, that's when he will have to watch out because Errol he's gonna work the body.
Like Errol Spence showed a bit like a boxing stance versus Mikey Garcia, fighting on like you know, on the outside and coming in and, you know, being aggressive when he wants to, but he was doing more boxing. He was, you know, is that something that he got to do with Crawford?
All these boxes. I mean, he doesn't need to fight the way he fought Sean Porter. Of course, he doesn't need to
Oh
fight like
yeah, no,
that.
no,
But
definitely not.
Errol, I think his boxing abilities are underrated, you know, but he's a great, both of them are great boxers. This is the main key factor, not only the speed, I think the speed, the stamina, and also I feel like the biggest key factor is Terrence Crawford, he can train for somebody that's similar to Errol Spence. But Crawford fights, you know, he adapts, he adjusts depending on the fight. You get what I'm saying? So it's hard for Spence to really know what Crawford is going to do because Crawford kind of fights, you know, you get what I'm saying? Like he doesn't have a, oh, I'm only a counter puncher. Oh, I only want to come forward. Oh, I only fight on the back foot. He doesn't, you know, have a specific way that he fights. You know,
Hey,
he
anyway, Lisa,
adjusts.
not let me not make everybody jealous. They saying Rap wants, you know, it's like speaking to Lisa all by himself. I don't want everybody to get jealous over here. Well, that's not my fucking fault. You guys need to hit the link. You know what I mean? I'm here chopping it out with Lisa. We're talking like boxing. You guys don't have to get jealous. I'm only joking. Hey, John McSmith, what's going on, man? Can you hear me, John? Hey, John's dreaming. I don't know what happened to John. He's just sitting in the back listening to us. He's fucking stalking the cunt. Can you hear me, John? Oh, I can't hear him.
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Yeah, I can hear you loud
Yeah.
and clear, bro.
Now, you see, Lisa's got Terence Crawford in the fight. She gave some great points. Great points for Errol Spence as well. How'd you see this fight?
Well, it's real easy, bro. If you just go check the boxes, Crawford checks them all, except maybe they're even on power. Maybe I don't really know. Probably even on power, but I got Crawford checking all the other boxes for footwork, a jab. Maybe chin is a little better for Spence. I think we're going to find out for sure. But other than that, I just got Crawford. He's got better footwork, got better jab. He's better counter puncher, got better defense. But what's Spence going to do, man? So I don't. When the guy's better, he's just better. So Spence is going to have to like turn it into a street fight somehow and get in there and try to rough him up. Because if they're going to stick to boxing, then Spence is going to get outboxed. It's just that simple. So he's going to have to
We're
get
gonna
in
see
there.
that in the next few days, John. We're gonna see in the next few days.
Yeah, Spence going to have to get in there, grab him, rough him up, man, and that kind of thing. He's not just going to be able to stand there and he's not going to outbox Terrence Crawford. That's not going to happen. So he's going to have to get in there, man. Got to mix it up, rough this guy up, push him around, that kind of thing, and put the hurt on Crawford somehow.
So who you got, Crawford? Because the other day you had Spence.
No, I never picked Spence. In fact, I don't think I ever made a pick on this fight yet.
I'm sure you picked Spence the other day.
No, you phrased a question such that is Spence ready or something like that, and I said yes. You didn't say anything about what if he was going to win. Spence said some shit about being ready, and you asked him, is Spence for real? And I said, yeah, he's for real. He's ready, but I don't mean he's gonna win. No, I never. Crawford's just better, man. He checks all the boxes. He's a better all around fighter than Spence. That's why I'm picking him. Now he's a little bit older, but they're both on the bad side of 32 anyway. And Lisa pointed out all these. You guys already pointed out all that crap Spence has been through. And the thing about Spence, he's been known to party and be undisciplined and whatnot, and Crawford doesn't have that rep at all. So I don't know about Spence, has he been goofing off at all?
You guys keep saying the party and the car crash. Where has it ever fucking affected Spence?
Well, I don't know that it has, but
I mean, he's won every single fight, so where has it affected him?
I honestly feel like maybe it has affected him, but he's just that good. He obviously can be better than what he is right now. You get what I'm saying? If he's this good after a car crash, that means he could have been better if he would have been focusing on boxing in the first place.
I mean, I don't know. To be honest, right, Lisa, I'm going to be honest, right? I don't know if he has really slowed down after that car crash. Because he fought Mikey Garcia before the car crash. And he went all 12 rounds with Mikey Garcia. If he was a wrecking machine, he would have just knocked out Mikey Garcia. But because he uses his ring IQ, he tries to box. I think he came back straight after that car crash and he beat a rugged Danny Garcia. He beat him up. It's not like, okay, look, he was going to fight Danny Garcia before the car crash, right? Then the car crash happened and he still came back and fought Danny. Now, did anybody think nobody's ever stopped Danny Garcia? So I didn't think Errol Spence was going to stop him before the car crash or even after. As long as I saw Errol outboxing Danny and outsmarting Danny, I felt like that's what you would have expected from Errol. Now, are we expecting man down? Was man down knocking people out before he got the car crash? Man down was only knocking people out before he got to the fighters of the champions like Sean Porter, Danny, Mikey. He didn't knock all these people out.
I expect man down on July 29th. But it's going to be Errol that's going to be down.
Hey, look, I can't wait. I can't wait. People say Spence gonna win. People say Crawford gonna win. I just can't wait. And I know that everybody might have to eat their words. Like you might even end up saying, "Oh shit, is this what just happened?" You never know, right? But ultimately, everybody's got a game plan until they get punched in the face. So we know this fight is the big fight. But I want you to tell me your opinion on what you heard on Tuesday's fight with Stephen Fulton making accusations that he don't like the way INOUE has got hand wraps, especially in the Nito Donaire fight. What do you think about all that?
Is John still on? Or are you asking me?
Oh, no, I'm asking you. And then I'm going to go to John.
Honestly, the way I feel about it is I feel like there's a mole or someone had to tell Fulton because he wouldn't have went to Japan if he would have known about this. So it has to be like a mole or somebody who told him that, Inoue has, something that's off with his glove or his hand wraps in the first place. And to be honest, I'm just trying to figure out like who told him. And I wonder if that comes out. But it could be true, And I don't know like over in Japan, we're not even sure like if that's allowed or not. So I mean, honestly, I just feel like Fulton doesn't need to drink any water over there. He doesn't need to really eat no food that he doesn't trust. Everything just needs to be checked anyway because you're in a foreign country. Inoue is looked at as, Japan hero. He's a cash cow over there. He's their champion. So regardless, they're going to want INOUE to win. And if he is doing some type of cheating, quote unquote, I'm just saying, I'm not saying he's cheating, but I'm saying if he is, they're not going to say anything about it anyway, because, that's their champion. Hello?
Where's that rap star at? Where'd he go?
Yeah, I'm
Where's
back.
the
Can
rap
you hear
star?
me? I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
Lisa,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I don't know. I thought, I thought it's the AirPods that I might be using now. I don't know what's going on here right now. No, but I think at the end of the day, ultimately, when you fighting out there, and he's made such a point on the press conference, they're gonna be a hawk on in a way anyway. So it's only gonna favor Fulton for making all these accusations, because now everybody's gonna be on this thing, so he can only get more of a fairer fight, right?
I believe it gets more publicity because a lot of people who are going for INOUE, they're going to compare Fulton to Wilder.
Mm.
They're going to compare Fulton to Wilder. We all know what comments are coming.
Hey, we got the boxing scientist over here. Boxing scientist, man, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm off the clock right now, so I'm
You got
here.
Lisa Snow in the chat and John McSmith, bro.
Oh, salute Lisa and John, man. What up?
Okay.
What are we cooking on right now?
We're talking about the Stephen Fulton accusation about the hand rat. What do you think about all that?
Oh man, I don't like. I think it looks bad on Fulton because he could do the same rap. You know, there's really no excuses. Like he could wrap his hands like that too. You know, if you just even up the playing field, pretty much, or yeah, just don't bring it up at all because Nonito fought him like that. You know, like no one's pulled out. Nobody's pulled out. He'll be the first one to pull out, and he's the bigger guy too. So it's a bad look. What do you guys think?
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know if it's a bad look. Maybe you should do it behind the scenes and not on a press conference, so that it looks like you're a bit scared or something. Just do it behind the scenes, innit?
Right, yeah. Because now he's publicly, potentially slandering him as well. So he should have just been a man about it and just approach him and like, hey, you know what? I have some concerns about the way you're wrapping your hands. Um, I don't think it's right. Let me see. Let's speak to the commission in Japan about it. Just me and you, on the low. But he didn't have to. He didn't have to do it like that.
Talking
Yeah, what
about
do
the
you think
fight
about
getting
that,
good.
Lisa? Doing it right on a press conference and not doing it like professionally behind the scenes with the attorneys and that.
I always believe that the fighters can basically talk to each other about it, or their teams can get together. I feel the same way when fighters post on Twitter. They have each other numbers usually. So yeah, it's more of clout chasing. It is making the fight bigger though, and all publicity is sometimes good publicity. So more people are talking about the fight at the same time.
Now, I do want to ask you this question, as this is the first channel that you've actually hit the link, and I'm glad you have now, regardless of how John called you out. What got you? Because I've seen you on my channel for a while. Do you support a lot of channels on YouTube?
I only support on a few channels, if you want me to be honest with you, because I don't know, some of them, I don't know. I'm not gonna say too much, but some of them, we all know how biased they can be.
Mm.
And I know some of them are getting paid off, I can tell. So, you know.
So
Facts.
what would you say to me? Like, why was you? How come you've been rocking with rap star for a while now?
Because it feels like you're unbiased and you let, even if you don't agree with someone else's opinion or you don't agree on who's going to be the winner of a fight, you still let them express themselves.
I respect that. I respect that, and I just like to know because you got thousands of channels out there, and like you said, you only support a few channels, so you just appreciate if even if somebody's right or wrong, everybody can still get their opinion across.
Right, because this is a sport at the end of the day. You have some channels you go on there with a different opinion, they'll block you. And we all know what channels I'm talking about. So
I hear
it's
you.
good. Yeah.
What's the most narratives that you hate?
The number one narrative.
What's the most kind of what do you think about YouTube is just crazy?
I think the back and forth with different fighters, like you have the Devin Haney channels, the Canelo channels, the anti-Canelo channels, the anti-Devin Haney channels, and just, basically picking a certain boxer or picking a certain promotional company to follow. I think that's the crazy part about YouTube.
Yeah.
Grandson, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Lisa a
Yeah, I
question.
want you guys to ask some questions so I can finish my egg McMuffin. But yeah, I want you guys to finish off and you guys
All right.
just chop it out with Lisa. But let me get
Right.
this super chat. Gabriel
Grandma,
Sanchez has been supporting this channel. Crawford is gonna knock out Errol Spence in the 10th round. You heard it here first, says Gabriel Sanchez. Salute to my bro.
Yeah, I disagree with that, but hey, shout out. Thanks for supporting the channel, Gabriel. But all right,
So
you were
Lisa
gonna.
hasn't even convinced you either, boxing scientist.
Oh, Lisa, you got Crawford winning.
Yeah, I have Crawford
I,
winning.
I think most people do. Last time I checked the odds, he was the favorite, I believe. But why is that? Why do you think he's the favorite to win?
Um, it's for I listed three main things. It was the speed. Terrence Crawford is faster. I also mentioned the stamina of Errol Spence, as well, the long layoff and no tune-up. He has done it before, but the thing is, why would you want to even take that chance in a big fight? This is the biggest fight of his career. Why would you even want to take that chance? I feel like his stamina might be an issue, or he might have some rounds off. And those rounds that he have off, he can get caught. And then I also feel like the third thing is Terrence Crawford can prepare better for Errol Spence in training camp, but Errol Spence he can't really prepare for Terrence Crawford because Terrence Crawford adjusts and he fights different depending on each fight.
Those are all great points, Lisa. But I hope you're wrong because I got money on Spence.
Yeah, I mean either way.
Lisa, just real quick, I'm curious how you scored Devin Haney versus Lomachenko. How'd you score that fight?
I had it 7-5, or I could see 6-6, but I don't see a
No,
robbery. I know y'all gonna come after me, but I don't
no,
see a
I'm just wondering how
robbery.
you scored it, not how it could win. So did you score it at all? Did you have an opinion of who you thought won the fight?
Devin Haney winning.
Like 7-5, you said.
Yes, I had it 7-5.
You know,
I mean, I know people are gonna come after me, but I just feel like, he was the champ. You have to take it from the champ. At the
well,
same time, like Loma
yeah,
wasn't
I
doing
take all the
enough.
heat for. Yeah, I take the heat for 5-4-3 Haney, but I know scientists had a little different. But scientists, if you got another question, go ahead. I was just curious about how she scored that.
Oh no, as far as questions, not really. But yeah, I disagree with both of you on that. I had Loma winning. It was a close fight. In a close fight, they need to call it a draw. Because okay, like Lisa said, you gotta take it from the champ. I thought he did enough to take it, but all right, I wouldn't have been upset with the draw because then the champ keeps his belts, and then they could just run it back. No one takes an L, right? And so, in a close fight like that, yeah, like with Canelo, Triple G, the first one you had it a draw. Triple G kept his belts. That was more fair, you know. That's just my
Well,
opinion.
I think the problem there is nobody wanted to see a more of the same. Haney versus Loma. Did you want to see 12 more rounds of that? I think that's the problem.
Well, because I don't
back and that kind of thing.
at this point, John. No, at this point, no. I don't want to see. I don't want to see them running back at this point. But if they would have called it a draw, yeah, that would make it more intriguing, you know. But because the way it was just controversial because Loma requested for Moretti to not be one of the judges, and they forced him on there anyways, and so that made it more controversial. And I just, at this point, I don't want to see it again because they're just gonna rob him again probably. So
Yeah, I hear what
yeah.
you're saying. I'm just saying that decision was made, long before that fight. That look, we're not going to run this kind of thing. They knew how it was going to go. It's going to be close like that. And it's a one-time deal. I don't think he'll ever fight him again. But I just wanted to, because Lisa said, oh, they're going to come at me for that. And that's why I asked her that. Because you can kind of tell. It's the kind of thing with Canelo, you can ask people about Canelo, and they're usually one way or the other. Very seldom are they indifferent about the guy. So you can kind of find out a little bit about somebody.
Right. No, I'm a Canelo fan, but I'm okay with the draw. I had him winning 7-5 the first fight with Triple G, but like I said, in a close fight, a draw, I can't complain about a draw in a close fight, man.
Well, you may see one this weekend. You may very well see a draw this weekend.
You think so?
I don't. I'm not making that prediction, but you may see one, man. Because they got that rematch clause,
How do y'all feel about Terence Crawford saying that, he might not want a rematch?
Crawford said that?
I thought there was a clause in there. See, if you got a clause in there now in this first fight, you could have a split glove. I mean, you can do any kind of shenanigans you want to when you got a second fight booked. So they could stop a fight on some kind of goofy shit like a split glove or a cut or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't like it.
They have 30 days to accept a rematch. So I don't think they have to take the rematch if they don't want to. That's what Terence Crawford made that statement.
Did you guys hear what she said? I didn't hear what she said.
It sounded kind of muffled at the end, Lisa, there.
Hello?
You sound muffled.
I think it's that humidity down there in Miami.
Y'all can't hear me?
She's probably in Miami, Oklahoma, right down the road from where I'm at.
There's a Miami in Oklahoma?
Uh-huh. There sure is, by God.
Can you hear me now? Or no?
That's better. When you said no, that was better.
Okay. Said that they have a. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
that's
that.
better.
I said they have 30 days to accept the rematch. That's why Terence Crawford made that statement.
30 days?
To accept the rematch.
Well, I mean, depending on how the fight goes,
the
I
only way he
guess.
can't accept the rematch, right? A boxing scientist is if he gets beaten up bad, then he won't need to take a rematch. But if he wins, he got no choice. Because if Errol Spence activates the rematch, he got to fight.
I see. Okay.
So if he loses, he don't have to fight the rematch.
If who loses?
Crawford.
Okay,
Then he don't have to fight the rematch if he doesn't want to.
I see.
It's up to him to activate it. Like Lisa said, he got 30 days. Now, Lisa, if you see Crawford winning, what do you think's next?
Retirement.
Lisa, those AirPods you bought, are they copies or they're real? Are they original Apple? Or are they some Chinese knockoff brand?
No.
Huh?
Can you hear me? They're
I can
real.
hear you now, but those Apple AirPods you got, are they Snapple?
No, I bought them from Best. I bought them from Best Buy, so they better be real.
Are you sure they're fucking real? Because sometimes you going in and out. I want to fucking complain to Best Buy. Go back and say, listen, Rapstar says he can't hear me properly, bro.
Well, I'm not sure.
No,
But,
so yeah, you heard what I said.
Maybe work better if she turned her cam on.
No, did you hear? Shut up, man. You trying to be a pervo? Hey, listen, yo, listen. Now you want to see how she looks. Now you want
No,
to
I
see
just
what?
thought that might make the mic work better. I don't know. I could try it and see.
Yeah, that's cool. Hey, listen, Lisa. So did you hear what I said?
what did you say that?
I don't even know what the fuck I said right now. I know I said something. I started speaking about your AirPods because your AirPods are kind of like they go
You're
in.
thinking about that cams, what you're thinking about.
They go in, and first you sound really good. Like this is how you sound, right? You sound very good. So it's yeah. So you know Crawford's gonna win. Then it'll be like yes, but then we hear you clearly again. So I think those AirPods.
I think they need a charge. That's probably why.
See, now we can hear you really good.
Yeah, they probably need a charge. That's probably why.
Okay. I get you. So yeah, where were we at? We were speaking about if Crawford decides if he loses, he don't need to fight a rematch. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I was saying. I was asking John and the Boston scientists, what did they think about that?
Go ahead, John.
Oh, I don't know. I thought it was a two-way thing. Apparently, it isn't. So if Spence loses, then he can't say, "Hey, I want to fight again." He doesn't have it, right? It's just a one-way thing with Spence or with Crawford. I mean,
No, they both have it.
yeah, I don't.
It really comes down to how it's won, how the fight is won by either side. Like if let's say Spence knocks him the fuck out, then pretty sure Crawford's not gonna want a rematch anyways. So he's got that option. But if Crawford knocks him out, then there will be a rematch, you know, because of the rematch clause.
Possibly.
But I got Spence by decision. I got Spence by decision, so Crawford may want to run it back, depending on how bad he loses. If it's a close decision, he may want to run it back. If he gets beat up too much, like broken orbital, broken ribs or something, he might be like, "Fuck this, I'm retiring."
No, that's the question I got. What do you see for each fighter after they win? What do you see for Crawford if he wins? Shall we start with ladies first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's start with John then.
Well,
now go on, Lisa. What do you think about for each fighter? If Crawford wins, what do you expect for him next?
He's definitely gonna retire, and if Errol Spence win, he'll probably take that Canelo payday. Honestly.
Okay. So you think Crawford wins this, that's it. He's already achieved the max and everything that he could possibly ask for, he will retire.
Errol Spence is gonna want a rematch. I think if Errol Spence even gets knocked out, he still will want a rematch because I think that's just the way he is. But after that, I think he'll retire.
I hear you. I hear you. So
Wanna retire.
you don't expect Terence Crawford to carry on, go up to 154, and fight Jamel. That's all talk.
That's all talk. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Would you expect if Errol Spence wins?
Errol Spence, I mean,
He ain't
Crawford said,
retiring.
yeah, he's probably not gonna retire. He might fight Canelo. I don't really see any fights at 154 for him, to be honest.
What about the Australian guy, Tim Tszyu? Not a big fight for him?
I think he's gonna be like, oh no, Mel needs to fight him because you know how close he is with Mel. So Mel might drop back down after the Canelo fight because everybody's saying he's ducking Tim. So
Okay. You agree with that, boxing scientist? Um,
I see it a little bit differently. So if Spence wins, I think he'll move up to 154. I don't think he'll jump up and fight Canelo, man. That's crazy. I know he's got the balls, but I'm pretty sure Heyman, that's his boy. That's Heyman's boy, man. Heyman will be like, nah, don't do it. Uh, yeah, because Canelo will just kill him. Especially after they see what he does to his homie Jermel, they're gonna be like, nah, no, you know, let's not end his career like that. Because Canelo will, he has ended people's careers, you know. So in their prime, he's ended, prime boxers' careers. So he'll probably just move up to 154. It's all like a domino effect, you know. You got Jermel moving up, you got Jamal moving up. Jermel's gonna go back down to 160 after Canelo whoops his ass. He's gonna see because he doesn't. In my opinion, he never really wanted to fight Tim Tszyu anyway. He paid step aside money to Tim Tszyu twice already. That fight was gonna happen. So all these people hating on this fight between him and Canelo, saying, "Oh, I wanted to see him fight Tim Tszyu." That fight was not gonna happen anyways. So the whole plan, in my opinion, was for Jermel to fight at 160, move up to 160. His brother Jamal move up to 168, and for Spence, because that's his homie, right? They're all friends. They're all like homies and shit. Spence is gonna move up to 154.
all right,
They're all
let's get my boy Boxing Antics is having a troll at us today. Number one wetsuit channel. Remember, it's Lisa. It's Big Fish. So I think because we're being so chilled out about it. At the end of the day, I don't think I'm being extra nice to Lisa about it. We're just having a conversation. She's going with Crawford. I'm going with Errol Spence. TBS has got Spence, and John McSmith doesn't know who he's going for. Right? So it's not like what I mean. But yeah, I appreciate your super chat, brother. It ain't the wetsuit over here. We're just talking that talk. At the end of the day, everybody's got their own opinion. Now, I still see the big fish. You know what I'm saying? I still see big fish edging this fight. It hasn't changed no opinions, but everybody's got their own opinions. Now, I can see why Lisa's going for Crawford because Crawford's the favorite. Don't forget this, man. It's not just Lisa sees that Crawford wins. A lot of the boxing world got Crawford.
yeah.
Crawford's the Vegas bookies' favorite, bro. Listen, you're talking to Oscar De La Hoya's got Crawford. You talk to Sugar Ray Leonard's got Crawford. You talk to Thomas Hitman Hearns, got Crawford. When Crawford went to that Boxing International Hall of Fame and they asked those questions, you could see those fighters who they had. You got a lot of fighters out there that got Crawford, bro. So it's not like Lisa's only picking Crawford and we're just like There's a lot of people picking Crawford. So
Broke it
everybody's got their
down.
point of views, huh?
I also broke it down why I had Crawford as well, though. I'm not just picking him, just because everybody else is picking him.
Yeah. So, people want me to, look, let me just say this, bro. At the end of the day, boxing antics. Just because she's picking Crawford, it don't matter. You know what I mean? She's not being disrespectful about it, bro. It ain't about her being a girl or her being a woman or being a man. She could have come here and be a bitch about it. If she was one of them kind of girls, like came over here and said, "Nah, fuck you. You guys don't know shit. Crawford's gonna do this and Crawford's gonna do that," then she'd be getting smoked. She'd be getting some smoke as well because she's disrespectful. But she's been so respectful. How can you be having that smoke with a woman which is respectful like Lisa? She ain't like that. Even when John was calling her out, she came over here just trying to see what's up. So it's like, you know what I mean? You don't have to always disagree to agree to have some kind of a, like some kind of a smoke with each other
Right.
because you don't agree.
See, I'm
That
like
only
you.
happens a lot with the men, because the men come over here and they get it gets like a bit erratic. Sometimes people don't even want to answer each other's questions. Have you seen that, Lisa? They start coming at each other instead of answering each other's questions.
Of course, I have. Boxing, what's his name? He need to get
Boxing antics.
Boxing into. He need to jump up here. He got so
Yeah.
much to say in the chat.
Yeah, he need to jump up here as well because he thinks I'm being too nice to you. But I don't think I am. I just think we're having a great conversation, and you ain't that kind of lady. Now, I'll be honest with you. I'm a gentleman when it comes to proper people, when it comes to men or women. But if you act like you ain't got no manners, or you got some kind of way that you want to come here and you want to start shouting or speaking, and then it gets a bit. Then you'll get given what you give. Are you there, boxing scientist?
No, yeah, I'm here, man. Yeah, I'm
But
pretty much like,
sometimes it's like that, innit? When you get somebody who barks at you like a dog, you're gonna bark back at that motherfucker, right? Because no,
and
you give respect if you get given respect.
that's absolutely right, man. There's times where I go at it with masterminding them when they bring up stupid shit, and then when they're civil, I'm civil with them too. Last time we were all civil. It's just how I treat people, however they treat me, man.
What do you think about that, Lisa? When boxing debates get to the point where they're so heated that nobody's actually debating now.
I just feel like they're emotional about what they're trying to say, and it's hard to get it out. They feel like they're trying to get their point of view across, and when 2, 3 people are trying to get their point across and they feel like they aren't being heard, that's when yelling starts and name calling and stuff like that. So it's just sometimes people get emotional because they feel disrespected. That's all it is.
Yeah. What do you think as a woman that? Do you think the men today are very emotional men?
Just, I mean, let me use a different term because some people feel some type of way when I say emotional. Passionate.
That's
Passionate is
too
a better
passionate.
term to use. And it's okay to be passionate, they want to be respected. I feel like as a woman, I feel like I'm mature about situations, so I always see both sides to anything.
Now you being just too nice. Men act like beta males nowadays. Men are acting like beta males. That's these days. That's why women have got too many choices. Women don't stay with men no more because men complain now. Men are complaining out here more than women are, and that's just the way the world has become. Men have become like these people which find anything and everything to argue about and complain about. But really, are they even being men or leading it by example? I'm just saying.
I'm married, so I mean,
Am I passionate, Lisa?
Sometimes you can be passionate. I understand both sides because y'all both be feeling disrespected. I
You
understand
you
why y'all yell.
you feel my passion.
Okay.
And look, man. You know, some men are sexist too. Like this is how boxing antics feels. He feels that because Lisa's going for Crawford, yeah, that she should get heat because we don't agree with her. How childish is that? Why should we be giving Lisa heat? Listen, bro, I told you the same thing, bro. If you came up here being disrespectful, then then it starts to become a debate and it gets to smoke. All right, this ain't that kind of conversation. Why are you getting sexist? Why are you so jealous that I'm speaking to Lisa so nicely, bro? What is it? I mean, I don't see what's the problem here, bro. Anyway, I see each for their own. I get it. There's a lot of people that every single fucking time we have a live, when I'm not here or if I'm here, it does get heated. Maybe they just wanted. Maybe today it's not heated, and some people like that kind of conversation. They like it to get a bit disrespectful. That's just the way the YouTube is. But yo, Lisa, going forward though, I wanted to ask you this: who's your favorite all-time boxers? Best three boxers of all time?
I have to say Ali,
Mm.
like Sweet Pea. Um, I have to say, mm, it's just Sugar Ray.
You said Sugar Ray, Sweet Pea, and Muhammad Ali.
Yes.
So it's knock
You
off
know the
earbuds
first thing,
again,
the
mother.
first thing, John. Before you say anything, Lisa, when's your birthday? When is it? Because I want to buy you a new set of AirPods.
I have three. I have three AirPods, like three of them. So I don't need a
Okay.
new one,
No,
but
I'm
I
just.
do need to charge mine.
Oh, is that what happens? Because you got to charge it, so sometimes they go in and out.
Usually, sometimes I'm thinking that's what it is. Yep, they're dying. I'm on 10%. So yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, that's cool. No, you're good. You're good. So, what women boxers do you follow? Do you like women's boxing?
I like women's boxing. I like Amanda Serrano, Clarissa Shields. I mainly watch only those two. I mean, I watch some of the others, but mainly Amanda Serrano and Clarissa Shields.
Okay, they're your favorite, yeah.
Hey, rap,
Yeah, go
rap.
on, bro.
This guy Scott Steiner. That's Alonzo. That's Alonzo's troll account, and apparently he's timing people out. That's what they're saying in the chat.
Which guy?
Scott Steiner, Big Papa Pump. Scott Steiner. He's a
Yeah.
troll. Yeah, he's a fucking
Where's
troll. That's a
yo? Let me ask the chat. Yo, is this guy really timing people out in this channel? Is he deflating this channel? We only just got monetized fucking 5 days ago. Everybody's trying to take this channel down, and now my own subscribers and my own wrenches. Is this guy as a wrench disrespecting the fucking status, bro? Please tell me yes or no, because I gotta start making examples out of this shit now. Is this man fucking doing what I'm hearing? He is destroying your channel. Thank you so much for destroying my channel, mate. I hope you're very, very pleased by deflating this channel, man, by me giving you the authority and a wrench.
he is Alonzo. His name's
Where
Alonzo.
is this guy? What's this guy's name you're talking about, bro? Big,
Well, right
big
now
Papa Pump.
yeah, that's his troll account. He's a big time troll. He abuses his wrenches on multiple channels.
Man, he's gone for life for now. He's gone. I had to take this guy out. I have not took anybody out for a long
Yeah,
time, man.
I banned him from my channel as well. He trolls on
So what?
every
He's
channel.
been banning people, like he's been blocking them.
He abuses his wrenches on I've seen him on Black and Brown, on Matt Chad, and other channels. Just he times everybody out. He has
The
multiple
fuck is
troll
this guy
accounts.
got problems or what?
Yeah, he's a weirdo, bro. He's a weirdo. He went on this whole smear campaign against me. Yeah,
Some bullshit. These people give them wrenches, yeah, and they're fucking taking the people out the channel so that we can get more fucking views, more analytics. But my own fucking wrenches, like this guy, is taking out people in the channel. It just don't make no sense. You know what I mean?
right.
Sometimes I don't understand what's the point of the wrench. Maybe I need to take all the wrenches off and give all the day ones and the ones that I feel that really are supporting, and then just move it on from there. I don't know what the fuck these people are doing on the channel. All I see is people are blocked, 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 blocked. When you block these people, they can't come back. So what the fuck is the point of blocking people, bro? It just don't make sense to me. Now, is there any other fights that I want to ask you guys about that you guys are getting ready to watch or want to watch? Are you guys in these other fights that are coming up? Dillian White, Anthony Joshua, Usyk, Daniel Dubois, Liam Smith, Chris Eubanks, or you guys are not into those fights as much?
I'm into all those fights. Liam Smith versus Beterbiev. That's gonna be a fire fight,
That's
man.
Callum Smith.
Callum. I'm sorry. Uh, right.
Yeah, Callum Smith is going to fight Beterbiev, right?
Yeah.
We got that fight coming up. But before we go to those fights, yeah, out of Stephen Fulton in a way, Errol Spence, Crawford, you do realize, right, that Inoue is the favorite. I'm checking this. Crawford's the favorite. Canelo's the favorite against Charlo. Does anybody see any upsets on those? Because even if you're calling Crawford the favorite, for me, Errol Spence beating Crawford is no upset for me at all. So
Right.
does anybody see it going get different? Like, look, the favorites are Inoue, Crawford, and Canelo. Does everybody see it going like that? Those are the favorites. Are you seeing it like that, Lisa? You seeing Inoue? Are you seeing Inoue winning against Fulton?
I'm seeing Inoue. I'll be rooting for Fulton, but I'm seeing Inoue, of course. I mean, he's over in Japan. He is, a monster. I like the way he boxes. He has power, so I don't see Fulton, really winning because Fulton doesn't have punching power. He's like Devin Haney. He kind of pillow fisted.
I mean, you're kind of right. He don't have punching power. So, are you happy with the favorites? Are you going for the safe bet? Canelo, Inoue, and Terence Crawford. Is that a safe bet for you?
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, the Spence and Crawford one is, I'm sticking with Crawford, but at the same time, I don't feel like it's really an upset if Spence wins because, it's kind of people see it. People see it as a 50-50 fight, so I can't really call that an upset if people see it as a 50-50 fight.
Don't get upset though, but I think Spencer's gonna win.
If he wins, then he proved me wrong and he's better than what I thought he was.
Yeah, I think it might be big fish. We'll see. So I say it could go like this. I've got Inoue, Spence, and Canelo Alvarez. That's what I got. And if I was gonna bet, which I am, what you got, TBS?
So very similar to you. I got, but just to give more detail, I got, like I said, Spence by decision. I got Inoue by decision, and I got Canelo by murder. So I got money on Spence. I got $180 on Spence. Nobody wants to take bets on the Inoue fight, so I couldn't make any bets on that. Yeah, nobody wants to make bets on the Canelo fight either.
Yeah, that when he's fighting the guy.
Actually, no. I'm sorry. Danny Medina bet me. He bet me he's got Jermel. He's got Jermel. Danny, if you're here, remember we got a bet. You said Jermel. I got Canelo. I forget the amount though. Damn, I should have wrote it down. Oh, it was $20. It was just $20. I remember now. Yeah, it was just $20.
Yeah, John, if you had £1,000, or I mean $1,000, what 3 fighters will you be willing to put money if the gamblers are watching and they're coming through the channel?
What, 3 fighters?
For the fights that are coming up. Canelo, Charlo, Spence, Crawford, INOUE, Fulton.
Yeah, I put my money on Canelo, man. That's where the smart money is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you bet on those other two? The Spence Crawford, there's no way I'd bet on that, especially with the rematch clause. Not touching that. And the other one, who knows over there in Japan? Who knows what if Fulton's even going to show up or not? Pretty sure he's never been to Japan before, and they said he only got there a couple weeks ago. So that could be bad news there. So if I'm going to spend, I got $1,000 to spend. I'm putting it on Canelo. I mean, he's fighting a guy a whole 2 weight divisions below him. If he can't whip that guy, then I don't know. You know, maybe he'll pull up a guy from welterweight, try to beat him, I guess.
Now stay right there. What do you think about Cambosis versus Maxi Huge on the fight coming up today? Wait there. What am I talking about? It's today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the fight's today in, where is it? Oklahoma. Yeah, the fight's in fucking Oklahoma. That's a cowboy city. I checked online what's Oklahoma, bruv. That's a
state.
That looks like a state where they still got fucking cowboys and fucking and Indians and fucking God knows what's going on over there. Anyway, the fight's in Oklahoma, with Cambosis versus Maxi Huge. So let's go with ladies first with John McSmith. What do you think about that one, John?
I heard that. I'm down here.
It's all love. Now I've got to get you back. You were coming at Lisa. You were screaming earlier, saying that she's a fucking a fake. That's not a woman. I've had enough of these trolls. I've got to give it back to you, mate.
I wasn't screaming. That's you mischaracterizing what I did. I did not scream at all.
You weren't shouting at her, no?
I shouted her out, and everybody in the chat was like, "Yeah, come on, Lisa." Nobody else believed it was a woman either. With that avatar, the stuff she was saying, nobody believed it. And I take a lot of credit for sweet talking her up on the panel, or she wouldn't even be up here talking to you right now, Rap. So anyway,
I'm glad. I never said I wasn't glad that you called her out. I never said that. I just said that you were shouting and stuff.
Well, see, she responds to a real man, bro. And when I acted like a real man, she responded. See, and all you cucks and little fairy boys.
I like that one, John. So next time you just start calling people all kinds of names, saying they're not who they are, right?
I didn't call her a bunch of names. I don't think.
Okay, so let me play it back. I'm gonna play back what you said, but that's in about a few minutes.
Come on up, sweetheart. That's what I said. Prove your, hey, listen, man. With that giggle she has, and I don't care what she says, as long as she sits there and giggles like that. I'm a happy camper, bro. Anyway, put your money on Canelo. He's fighting a guy 2 weight divisions below him, and they'll say that this Carlo's big and stuff. Well, he's as big as Canelo, yeah, but he's a 154-pound champion, right? So how's that work? But anyway, the Crawford thing, I have no idea how that's going to go. I feel like they're cooking something up. I just have no idea how that's going to go. And with the one in Japan, and what about Nonito? He's fighting on the undercard this weekend too. How's that going to go? I got Nonito beating that guy. So what do you guys think about that fight?
Go on, let's go to Lisa, John's best friend.
That's my new lady friend. When you're my lady friend too, Rap. But
yeah, don't worry about that, man. I'll show you some lady friend in a bit.
What was the question?
Yeah, I bounced the ball in your court. Lisa.
Can you hear me? Hello.
She's got those Chinese knockoffs she bought at the gas station parking lot. They're earbuds, trying to say she got them at Best Buy and stuff.
Can y'all hear me or no?
She knows she bought them at the gas station.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. You can hear me, the Boston Scientist. Am I clear or no?
Yeah, you're clear.
Well, I forgot what the question was. I keep asking.
John was asking you what you think about what fight? What fight was it, John?
Rap star said, which fight would you put your money on? You got $1,000 of the 3 fights. Which one are you putting your money on? You're gonna put Canelo. You're gonna put it on INOUE or Crawford. But I don't see that lady boy Lisa up here anywhere. Do you? That's a fucking lady boy, or it's a frontin' ass hoe or some shit like that. But I'm tired of that bitch. So I'm calling out Lisa Snow. That's how tough I am.
Wow.
That's how much smoke I got. I'm calling out Lisa Snow. She probably bigger than me. I'll have to stand on a stack of phone books to slap the bitch.
Oh,
But come on up, man. Let's hear that sexy female voice you got, huh? Huh? Just like you said, you ain't a dude. And it's Free Smoke Friday. Invented by Rap Star, not down the road at Black Bass. It was invented here. So hop up on the panel, Lisa. Let's hear that sweet voice you got, girlfriend.
And I tell you what, Lisa, he didn't.
he was going off on me.
I tell you what, John, she did surprise you because you never thought that was going to happen, did you?
I did not, bro. I sure did not. I'm humbled by that, bro. She spanked me hard. No doubt. I'll take my lumps. I'll be the first to admit when I'm wrong. I was wrong, and I got punked. I sure did.
Wow, that was amazing.
He was roasting me. Lord. Lady boy. Gosh.
Oh,
he called me a lady boy.
Oh, shit.
Like I'm from the Philippines or something.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, shit, that was too funny. I'll tell you what, though. We never expected you to jump on there and say, okay, who's the lady boy? Nobody expected that as well, so he's humbled.
Yeah, and then she's a soldier in the U.S. Army too. So you know she'd break my neck in about 4 seconds or less than that, probably.
No, but he likes you, Lisa. I've seen John. I have had other women come in and out of this channel, and for some reason, John has got into it with a couple of other ladies, and I don't know what happened.
Not.
Yes, you did. You got into it with Lisa Bells. Remember?
Who?
Lisa Bells.
I don't know who that is.
She used to come to this channel a lot.
She's nice. She's nice.
She used to always come to this channel, and one day you flipped out on her, and she got very offended with you. You flipped out on that woman for no, I don't know what happened. You and her, you flipped out on her one day. I came back to the channel, and you were shouting at her, and she was upset with you, and I don't know what happened, but she never came back.
Well, I turned her down, kind of thing. You know, she wanted to go off me, kind of thing. And
oh,
I was like, no, baby, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm sorry. And then she got all bitter, became a bitter queen. No, I don't know. I don't have no idea what you're talking about. Lisa Bales, I think I remember her, maybe.
Yes, you do. You fucking were shouting at her for some day. You were. No, but Lisa, are you always so respectful, or is that just your nature, or are you? Is that how you are? You're just a very respectful person. When you meet people, obviously. Huh?
Full. I believe life is too short. You know, there's starving children, and you know, it's so much evil in the world. I just want to be that light, you know? Like, I'm always respectful, though. I give to the homeless and, you know,
Even
give my
when, no,
clothes
what I
to
mean by
Goodwill.
that is, if somebody's disrespectful, you're not straight away disrespectful. You're still respectful. You give people a chance to get to know them or something like or you can be snappy as well.
I can be snappy. I can be snappy, but I hear what people have to say, but I'm not the one like I'm not like a pit bull to just, attack them immediately. Maybe they got something going on in their lives. I don't have anything to prove to anybody.
So the
So
big question that everyone in the chat wants to know is, are you married?
yes, I'm married.
You're just lying. You're just saying that. You're just saying that, aren't you?
My husband, he came in. He came in and he heard me talking.
Okay,
So
now your husband's cool. Like you talk your boxing, you do your thing on, and your husband's cool with that. Like he's like, yeah. So what if you speak to a bunch of men? It's not like one of those guys. You get some guys. They're like, oh no, man, I don't want you speaking on these platforms. There's nothing but men. You get men like that, right?
yeah, my husband, he basically he wants me to jump on lives, and he wanted me to actually even, actually have a channel for boxing. Like that's what my husband and my father and people want me to do because they're like, you're pretty, you know, you know what you're talking about. Like I taught my husband about boxing. I talk to him every day about it. So
Well, why don't you turn your cam on for a second? We'll tell you if you're, if you got that YouTube camera quality that you need to be successful. It only take a second.
I'm not falling for it, John.
Well,
I'm not falling for it.
That's cool. So no, your husband into sports as well, like you into boxing as well?
Yeah, he's more into football, and I'm more into boxing. But basically, I talked to him so much about boxing, he knows it now. So he watched boxing with me
Oh,
as
that's good.
well.
That's good. But yeah, man, that's good, man, because we don't get much women who really are always in this sport talking to the people about the sport. And it just seems like you as a woman know so much about the sport. I mean, YouTube must have taught you a lot, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always like, I barely watch, TV. When I say I love boxing, like I love it, man. So I'm always like on YouTube when I be on my breaks at work. I'm on YouTube when I come home. I'm on YouTube after I get out the shower, brush my teeth. While I'm brushing my teeth and doing my makeup, I'm listening to boxing. So
So you a retired lady or what?
yeah, yeah, I'm retired. I'm a veteran from the Army. I work in
Oh, so
healthcare
veterans
now.
veterans get paid anyway, regardless.
We get healthcare, but I work in healthcare now. So yeah.
Okay, okay. What's something about boxing what's the best thing you like about it and what you don't like about it?
Um, I don't like how casuals are basically taking over the sport. I don't feel like Tank and Ryan should have done that many pay-per-views, and now he's looked at as the face of boxing, because TikTok teenagers were watching the fight mainly for Ryan. That's the number one thing I don't like about boxing. I'm not a Tank Davis hater, I'm just saying, he wasn't selling that many pay-per-views before Ryan. So it seemed like casuals are taking over the sport. That's all I'm trying to say. Jake Paul, they look at him as an actual boxer. I don't like that.
You mean there's a whole different climax coming up now where it's getting watered down and casuals are into the sport now. The sport's got overlooked with the respect for boxing now.
More about money than about legacy and belts, so and people just want to put butts in the seat, like Ellerby say, so I don't like that. It's watered down. And when you talk to a casual, they don't understand the belts. They call everybody a champion. They don't really understand, if somebody has a regular belt, they don't even know. Some people don't even know Devin Haney is undisputed. Some people think Tank is a champion, like a real champion. It's hard to explain it to people.
No, you're right. At the end of the day, it's the way that the boxing is sold today. That's how they're selling it. They know how to bring a fan base for different kinds of fighters. And as long as the fighter's got fans and he's selling tickets, he don't give a fuck about what the legacy of certain things anymore. You know what I mean? It's a different climax. Not everything's about legacy. It's about who's the ticket seller. If you the ticket seller, then you the man. That's how they look at it now. You the man because you make money. He makes money. He's that guy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? It's all about money, 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 innit, John? Let's keep it honest, man. The money of root of all evil is getting worse and worse, John. It's right now, it's in your face. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, and I get called a lot of names and an old timer and that kind of thing for being that way, but that's just the way it is, man. It's money's always driven it, you know, but now it's just so much more. It seems like that the fighters are just, man. It just everybody is greedy, man, for their own piece of the pie, and it's fucking everything up, man. To be honest with you,
Look, let me tell you.
we don't see the logical fights. You don't see Usyk and Fury. You don't see Davis and Haney. Who doesn't want to see Davis versus Haney?
All fucking cause of money.
Right. There's nothing. I don't know how you can fix that either, Rap. It's so out of control with all these sanctioning bodies and everything, and the different states having different rules, different countries having different rules. How do you ever rein all that in and fix it? I don't know. I don't know that you do.
The game's changed, man. It's all about people have showed you that if you can make money and have shortcuts, then you know what I mean? It's all about that. Like even Tank Davis, he's a proven fucking commodity. Tank Davis is proven that it doesn't matter how many belts you got. It's how many tickets you sell. And people rather see Tank Davis because he sells. Listen, it's just the way boxing is now, bro. It's just the way it works. No matter what, Devin Haney can have all the belts, but Tank Davis is the face of boxing for America. He's the ticket seller.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, it's sad. Because like years from now, you know, the social media and stuff, it won't even matter. It wouldn't matter, you know. The pay-per-view sales would matter, but they don't have any legacy. So that's why people think the sport of boxing is dying so much. I mean, my father, he didn't even know Spence and Crawford were fighting because of the promotion, I guess. It's not reaching the casuals.
Huh. That's interesting.
I
Because
don't
when I
know.
talk to
I
people
mean,
that they're not even casuals, they're just maybe just people. And if you ask them, have you ever heard of any boxer at all? And they'll always say Tank Davis.
Yeah, they will.
The ones that I talk to.
They know Tank and they know Wilder and Fury.
Yeah, some of them will know Wilder, but and some of them will know Canelo. And I'm talking about younger people. I ask, 20 something, 30 somethings. They'll always say Tank. So they see his picture on Twitter or something. Somehow they know who he is.
Because he's with the rappers. And it's sad because everybody know who Jake Paul is, though. You can ask anybody.
Yeah, see, that's exactly right. There you go. Now, how do you explain that? If you can explain how people that aren't even casuals, they don't even watch boxing at all. They're not even casuals. They're just sports fans, or maybe not even that, but they've heard of Jake Paul. That's fucked up. That's a problem for boxing. They got to fix that somehow, because that's messed up. When you know Jake Paul and you don't know who I don't know, pick one. Chocolatito. Come on. It just I don't know what to tell you guys. That's bad news, though. Did we lose a scientist? Did he drop off?
I think so.
I don't know, but it's fascinating to hear a lady's point of view on this kind of thing, and to see where you're coming from. And you really should have your own channel, Lisa. If those guys around you, the men in your life, they're telling you, hey, you should do this, maybe you ought to listen to them and say, give it a shot. What do you got to lose? You say you're nice looking. That always helps. Certainly doesn't hurt. And you're boxing a lot more than these jumps in the chat. I know that much. So why not? Why not? That's what I say. Like you said, life's short. But then again, you get a lot of, maybe you just don't want people attacking you for your opinions. You just want to watch the fights and have fun. I get that too.
Yeah, it is. It is sexist, at the same time.
I don't know if your mic's cutting out. I think it is.
Yo, I'm back. Do you think boxing is a sexist sport, or men don't look up to women in the sport of boxing?
Of course.
Talk about that for a second. You think men are still very sexist when it comes to certain platforms?
I believe it's like that in every sport. It's like that in the NBA as well. So, I mean, the WNBA and everything. So, it's just, except for like tennis and UFC, they have respect for their females, but boxing is, I see the way people talk about Clarissa Shields and,
Do you think it's because men just don't recognize that they need to respect the women for what women athlete are as the best what women can do, instead of comparing them to men? It's like the men that hate on women or hate on women boxing, right, is the men that don't respect women boxing, like John McSmith and Rick Glazier and these guys, because they feel, and I'm going to speak the good point of view as well, John, about the way that some men do feel about that, like that, is because they feel like women don't have the skill set or the ring IQ or the boxing skills to actually sit there and watch them like that. So some men actually just don't think women are that good. Now, let me just say why I said that. I watched a forum the other day, Lisa, and it said on there, the 200th man, the man who's ranked 200 in the world, probably coming into boxing, yeah? Like 3-0 or 2-0, yeah? Who's got an okay amateur record, right? Will beat Clarissa Shields hands down.
yeah.
The man who's 200 ranking above, he will come to boxing now and beat the fuck out of Clarissa Shields. See, they look at it in the wrong way, though. They look at it in the wrong way. They comparing men to women, so you're not going to respect them women on the same level as an athlete, because you're just a man who thinks like a man, and you don't give the women foundation the same respect. That's why they hate on them.
I see that point of view. They say that, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Like in women, they say like in women's boxing, there's not really any competition, so it's easy to become undisputed. I see that a lot in the comment sections and stuff. So I mean, I guess some men, like
Hey, you know what? Wait there, just wait there, Lisa. Hey, listen, Garcia, what the fuck's wrong with you, bro? Why the fuck have I changed? You just want me to fucking be loud and smoke people and fucking be Rap Montana all the time? The fuck you think this is, bro? I'm a nice guy too. I like to be a nice guy as well, my friend. Ain't nobody talking shit. Ain't nobody going out of lane. Ain't no crazy shit happening over here, John. We just being normal. What the fuck? People don't like people being normal, bro. But let's carry on. I don't know what's up with people, but yo, I'm just being a nice guy. Is there something wrong with that, John?
Normal doesn't sell, bro. Normal doesn't sell. You gotta be some kind
I don't
of
think nobody is normal anymore, is it? What is normal?
I don't know, bro. Probably Garcia. Maybe he's the only normal one left. Maybe that's it.
You know what I mean? Fuck, bro. You know what I mean? Nah, for real though. I think, like we were saying, right?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I think
Yeah. Well, where were we at? Where were we at last?
we were talking about women's sports compared to
Yeah,
men.
women don't get the respect in certain sports, even boxing, because people feel that women are just not on that level. I just don't think you can look at it that way. If you're into women's sports, then you'd appreciate what a woman has done and where she's got to and what level she's at as a woman. Now, you know what I mean? If you just like the best of the best and you just want to see the best of the best, then of course you ain't gonna see a woman do better than men. What sport do you know that a woman is better than a man? Can somebody tell me, please?
Probably in tennis. In tennis, that's probably it.
Is birthing babies a sport?
Tennis, a woman, Serena Williams couldn't. They did some kind of a thing years ago. Serena
No, rap,
Williams could not beat a top 100
rap
man.
star. Let me tell you about that rap star, because that's old news. They did that back in the 70s when I was a kid, because I went and watched it. They did a tour. It was Billie Jean King, ladies champion, against an old retired tennis player, Bobby Riggs. And she beat him, but he was a retired professional. They went on tour and played all over the country with that same argument. Because this is an old 40-year-old, 50-year-old thing, man. Can a woman beat a man in sports? And of course they can't. They never will. Not unless you're going to. And let me ask you this, Rap. What about ladies tennis and ladies golf? I mean, I give those people respect, the ladies in that sport, but they're not going to beat a man. Okay. That's not going to happen, especially in tennis. And sure ain't going to happen in golf either. That's why you have ladies' tees in golf. It's not because you're discriminating against women. It's because they can't hit it as far. Duh. So that's why you have ladies' tees in golf, man. Tennis, though, isn't that way. You're on the same court, right? You're on the same court. Size doesn't matter that much. But you're still not going to, I mean, on a professional level, the top women are never going to beat the top men. They're not even going to win a set. They'd be lucky to win a game. You know, come on.
Do you agree with that, Lisa?
You know that you know, we have some women, you know, it's called trans women that's trying to get into the sport. So
Yeah, but that's not fair, is
We're
it?
not
Is
counting
that
rap
yeah?
stars.
But let me.
We're
That's
not
not
talking
fair,
about
is it?
people like rap stars.
Yeah, but trans women is not fair to women's culture and women's society, is it though? Because you women have got a disadvantage against a trans woman coming in your own sport, right? You got a transgender coming in your sport. Women should not embrace that because that's unfair for women. I don't think that's fair on the women what transgender wants to come into your sport and compete with you when they were born like a man. That is wrong. What do you think about that? Huh? I can't hear you. I can hear you. But what do you think about a transgender wanting to compete with a woman?
Of course, like you guys just said, men are built physically different from women, you know, so it's not right. It's something wrong with this world to even think that, you know, that's a possibility, to be honest with you. It's just it's just depressing almost to talk about it that it's a real thing. Like it's crazy. I can't believe it's actually happening. And it already happened in the UFC or MMA anyway. And he cracked the female skull. So
Well, Lisa, don't you think that the ladies should get their biscuits in the oven and get their buns in the bed? Don't you think the world would be a better place?
no.
Just get them biscuits in the oven, girl, and get them buns in the bed like you're supposed to be doing. Don't
You know,
whatnot.
like maybe, you know, some men just need a grill, you know, and argue on rap star boxing, you know, and if you feel like that.
Hey, I'm
No, I
old
just
school.
think women need to be women is what I think. Women just need to be women, and
Yeah, and men need to
You
be
can't play
fucking men.
sports. So you're saying women can't play sports?
No,
No, they
women
can play
should be playing
sports, but
sports.
I'm not sure boxing is a. I mean, they can play games. I don't know about sports. But boxing is a sport. You're risking your life. That's why it's a sport. And I just don't know that it's not. I don't want to watch it. Obviously, nobody else does either. It does very poorly, right, at the box office. Nobody's watching it. Nobody's watching the WNBA. They had a league handed to them, and no one's watching it, right? Fully supported by a
But I
man's
want
league.
to.
The women don't go watch the WNBA. The stadium, the arenas aren't full of women watching the WNBA.
And you know
So,
what? You know what? He's kind of telling the truth because you are a very rare commodity as a woman coming and supporting rap star boxing because you are probably out of my 8,000 plus subscribers. I probably only got probably about maximum, maybe if I'm lucky, 200 women. If I'm lucky, 100. I'm not sure because majority of people that support boxing are men. And if you look at the women's boxing, men are supporting them. Only the men who are supporting them is why that boxing sport's doing really well. They don't even have a women's support group. They don't even have women who come over there and support them like that. Do you know what I mean, Lisa? Women are not into boxing like that, supporting their own women.
That's true. And a lot of women, I mean, I haven't met that many females who are into boxing in general. I mean, they'll go to the fights to try to look pretty, but they don't know what's going on. I'm gonna be honest, like a lot of women, they don't know what's going on in boxing. They just, get on a bandwagon most of the time, but they don't really know.
mm-hmm.
Just like, I mean, it's like that with a lot of sports, but especially with boxing. When I tell people that I watch boxing, they look shocked. Most of the time, they're shocked because I watch boxing for some reason.
Exactly.
Well, hey,
There's not
but
like
listen,
hundreds of Lisas going out there. There's not thousands of Lisas going, Clarissa, Clarissa, Clarissa. We don't see shit.
right?
Ain't seen no Clarissa Shields fucking women running around, Katie Taylor. Ain't no women running around saying, yeah, these are the women of our sport. They don't give a fuck. The women don't give a fuck about them. Sorry to say.
Hell no, they're there
To
to
the
meet a man.
male,
What they're there for.
but they'll go to the male sporting events. If you look in the stands, you'll see a lot of women. See a lot of women dressed up because they're trying to find a man, most of them. So
Yeah,
they'll
and
go
look,
to a
Raph,
man sporting event.
no, sorry, but look, Raph, you were ripping on Oklahoma,
Mm.
and I just want to remind you that the bubblegum bomber, Sean O'Grady, turned pro when he was 15. He was from Oklahoma, and they called him the bubblegum bomber because he'd be chewing gum and blowing bubbles, but he had all girls, man, all chicks, and he come up for like training and stuff, man, and he was like a rock star. There'd be all just girls, no guys there at all, just girls. Bubblegum bomber, Sean O'Grady. That's right, from Oklahoma. That's right. Shout out Sean O'Grady. Dude, the dude had groupies, man. And these fighters today, do you see him walking around with a bunch of girls? No. That's right.
Boxing antics. He need to jump up on the live. I'm sorry, but boxing antics. He need to jump up on the live.
That's right, Lisa. That's right, Lisa. Jump up, boxing antics. You got so much to say, bro.
Boxing antics is capping. He jealous. He can't hold a conversation like this.
Yeah, he just can't be kind to women.
He just trolling. He just having fun. He just having fun.
Okay.
But, he's just having fun. But look, at the end of the day, main thing is, I think women are great at what they do. I can't deny that. The world is a better place. Some of the women that I like to know is the women that have got a great nurturing qualities about them, organization, clean. You know what I mean? The women that I like to see is women that have got a very articulate mind. At the end of the day, women are very smart in what they do. It's just that I think in sports, it's a different field. But even when it comes to certain things in making decisions, like you look at some of the world decisions that need to be made, or, certain things that when pressure's boiling and something's got to be made, impact decisions, those are made by men and not women. When things are really, really under pressure for a situation, right? It's like a man's making a decision for a group of people, not women. Now, at the end of the day, we live in more of an equal society today. We definitely do. But I don't like the way that they're using this as this movement with the transgenders trying to be women so that they can claim that they can be part of what women are doing to claim fame in that kind of attitude in their sports or whatever they're trying to take over. I just think that's wrong, because then you're trying to say that a man who's born can go and claim to himself to be a woman, and then tomorrow you're going to have millions of transgenders and say, oh, women can do this now. But you're not a fucking woman.
Yes, he is.
Have you ever seen the South Park episode? Do you watch South Park?
Yes, I
I've
do.
seen some episodes of South Park.
It's a South Park episode on that. Have you seen it, John?
Probably. Which one is it?
It's a really good one. It's called Border Girls, and they have it's like it's crazy. It's this old wrestler basically. He's swole, and he's like, now he's a female, and he's competing in women's sports, and his main reason of doing that is because he wanted to beat women. He wanted to be good at something, so he just wanted to beat women. But that's a really good episode.
Yeah,
I think his name is Randy Savage. Yeah. It's a good episode.
Yeah, I just think there's a limit to certain things, right, Lisa? I don't know if you're looking at 2023, that the way that the world is working today and how things are accepted.
Well,
it's just crazy how they're making us accept certain things which are morally and naturally wrong.
Hey, Rapper, let me ask you one question.
Yeah.
Well, why aren't women good at sports like, say, horse racing? How come you don't have these women jockeys? Or how come they're not good at auto racing?
Or in F1.
Where they're small and they would be ideal for a race car. But how come they're never any good, the ones that do race? And where are the women jockeys? They could be doing that, but I don't see women excelling over men there, do you?
They excel over men. That's not, I don't think that's like the topic.
No,
I think it's just giving.
That's the whole point. Can they? Because women can compete with other women, sure, but can they compete on a man's level? And here I've leveled the playing field, and I made it auto racing. So now it doesn't matter, right? Because you're driving a car. It doesn't matter who's driving. Well, how come women don't excel in auto racing?
That's a good point, John. Because like NASCAR, what was her name? Danica Patrick. Once she started racing with the guys, she couldn't win.
She was terrible. She was terrible in IndyCar, and then they brought her in NASCAR, and she was terrible in NASCAR. Dale Earnhardt Jr. said, "Get her the fuck out of here. She's not a race car driver. You guys are using her for marketing. Get her the fuck out of here." Yeah. Because that's what they do.
So it goes beyond physical. It's also mental and
well, I don't know what
reflexes. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I wasn't saying all that, so go ahead, though. I want to hear what you got to say about that. Why is that?
You're asking me or Lisa?
No, I was asking you, man. Why is that? Why is it that, here you got a race car, or it could be swimming, or something.
Well, there's been scientific studies done that prove that testosterone helps with reflexes. So that's another thing. It's reflexes. It's also probably has to do with decision making, quick decision making.
It's not just quick decision making, right? I think it's when you're under the boiling point of the most pressure, a man takes pressure way better than a woman can in that way heated moment, whether it's race car or these kind of things like horse riding and stuff like that. That takes a lot of kind of pressure, isn't it, bro?
Well, Lisa Snow, when you were in the military and boot camp and whatnot, were you segregated, or were you doing what the men were doing in boot camp?
Can you guys hear me?
We can now, but I'm wondering if you were segregated in boot camp with other women, or if you did exactly the same PT that men did.
I'm saying, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes. We did the same thing. We weren't segregated at all. We had to do the exact same thing except for well, now it's changed, but the physical fitness test used to be different between men and women for the amount of push-ups and sit-ups and your run time. You have to run 2 miles. But now they've they have made it more equal. So you have to do the same physical PT test, but we do the same thing. So like it's no difference because in the military we're all one. So
Well, I don't know if that's what my question. I didn't know that for a fact or not. That's why I
yeah,
was asking too. By then, how many push-ups were you doing then?
I did like I would do 50 push-ups in about a minute.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
But I
really good
mean,
though. That's fucking good.
Fucking right it is.
That's
yeah,
good training.
yeah.
I mean,
But
you know what I mean? They push you. That means they don't have no mercy that you're a lady. They're gonna push you.
no, they're usually harder on the women because they're harder on the women. It's more men. It's male dominated. So, if anything, they
Mm.
were harder on women. But it's equal though. You have to do the same things. They don't look at you differently at all. No matter what skin color you are, male or female, they look at you all the
Did
same.
they have a time requirement on that 2 miles you had to run?
It was a time requirement.
Do you remember what it was?
Mm, I actually don't remember
Dang it,
what it was.
like
Yeah.
12 minutes or something.
I mean, for the males, probably that probably could have been their minimum. I think I knew one female. She did the 2 miles in 14 minutes. So
So you're telling me now? Wait, they got different times for males
yeah,
and females.
they had different times. They're trying to implement a new physical fitness test, but they did have different times for the males and
Mm-hmm.
females. Males
Uh-huh.
had to do more push-ups and more
Uh-huh.
sit-ups.
Uh-huh.
So,
Well,
but
okay, so you were segregated then in what you had to do.
when
Your
it
requirements were different than what your male counterparts had to do.
but that's only with the physical fitness test that you
Well,
have
that's
to
to me,
do.
that's what we're talking about. Or can women, are they
But
physical enough to do what men can do? And obviously the US Army doesn't think so, right? Since they
but
have
no
different requirements.
but no, we so during regular like PT time every morning, we would do the same things. Like you have to shoot the same, everything is the exact same. And now the physical fitness test is more equal. It's weightlifting and stuff like that. So now the physical fitness test is equal.
What about the shooting test? Or were the
It's the
same
same.
requirements for,
It's the same.
you didn't have a, on your testing, they didn't have a separate thing just like they did on the running?
No, you have to shoot the same.
No, okay,
You
well, I
have
didn't
to
know,
shoot
man,
the
'cause
same.
that's what I'm trying to get at is what the differences are that they have here. And so
The
you
reason
do
why
have, but your
because it was
training's
just
basically the same, if I understand you correctly, so, but the requirements at test time are different.
the requirement, yes, for height and weight, and for because it depended on, the physical strength of a man. They do a lot of studies and a lot of tests before they make, some of these fitness tests, especially for the military. So they definitely basically
Basically,
judge
lower
on that.
standards for women, it sounds like.
Yeah, they had lower standards like for
Hmm.
women. I mean,
Right.
I think the only thing that was higher was actually I think the sit-ups. The sit-ups is higher because for women because I guess with men it's harder for them to do sit-ups. It seemed like it was pretty easy for most women to do the sit-ups. A lot of men couldn't pass it
What?
as much.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. I'm a sit up. Listen, that's easy work for me.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? I don't know about some men.
me too, bro.
They were not the push-ups and the running out, of course, but the sit-ups is I guess it's a
There
little
must be
harder.
some fat fucking Bud Light drinking mother.
I mean, of course they drank, but no, like I think it had to do with I don't know. Probably the legs more than anything. Females, our legs are real strong, and
So
something about the hips.
you're also lighter in the upper body, so that might have something to do with it.
And
Men
your
have
pelvis
more
is
upper
different.
body weight, which is why we have more upper body strength.
Yeah, the pelvis is different in a woman than in a man. That's the big difference. Is the pelvic bone.
Yeah, it was mainly the sit-ups that got a lot of the men, but other than that, everything
They
does
make you
sort
do
of test for equal.
they make you do a full setup, or like a kind of crunch thing, or you're doing a whole full setup
Yeah, you have to do a full sit-up.
with your knees up or your legs flat.
Your knees are up.
And how many you got to do of those?
Um, I always shot the head. The max I think was like 60. They do it
Well,
on
come on.
sometimes. I think the max was 60. You got to do
I
it in
do
2
100
minutes.
push-ups and 100 sit-ups every day.
Yeah,
In May I did 3,200 push-ups and 2,700 sit-ups.
that's
And
good.
I'm pushing 60 years old, and that's all they require an 18-year-old to do coming into the army.
I think
Seriously?
I think it's more of everybody's watching you and it's timed as well. Like I think, normally you could do it, but when it's 2 minutes and everybody's watching you and it's time, and if you do it wrong, they can just say you did it wrong. And if they say you did it wrong, they'll count it the same number. They'll just be like three, three,
Yeah.
three, three. So you
Uh-huh.
be frustrated and stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And it's all about making you stronger. That's all they're trying to do, right?
Yeah, it's the pressure, but you don't want to fail because if you fail, you can get chaptered out. So
Oh,
you
you're
want,
talking about on the test doing that. Yeah, I thought you
yeah.
meant PT, and yeah, they were.
Oh no, they gonna make sure you work out for PT. It don't matter if you throwing up or anything. You dig a hole, you put the throw up in it, you keep going. So it's
There you
nah,
go.
nah.
Uh, um, how much? What was your height and weight in those days, if you don't mind me asking? Back when you were like coming out of boot camp, you know how people. I always have friends that went in the army, and they look one way, and then they come
Mhm.
back, right after boot camp, got that time off, and they come back after boot camp, you go, wow, look at Charlie, man, he's totally different, right? Because he's been
Mhm.
through 8 or 10 weeks of boot camp, and now
Mhm.
he's in shape. You know what I mean? I was just
Mhm.
wondering if you remember what. Well, you don't
No,
have to tell
I
us. I
don't
was just.
remember. I don't remember. But I know AIT that is the best training that I had basically after AIT. That was probably some of the best training I ever had because they push you to the very limit.
Uh-huh. And when you came home, right? When you came home after that, people went, "Oh, look at Lisa," right?
Oh Lord.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
What is going on? What do y'all think about who do y'all think Devin should fight next?
Who?
Devin Haney. Who do you think he should fight next?
Devin Haney should fight Tank Davis.
Woo. You think he should fight Tank Davis next?
Yeah, I don't. That's a no-brainer to me.
But he's gonna be dehydrated.
Right.
He can't make 135.
Shakur,
Let me
suffice
ask you this,
Shakur.
Lisa. What's that?
He suffice Shakur. Tank ain't gonna
No,
fight him.
Shakur got no business at 135. Lisa, do you think that Devin Haney runs 6 miles a day, every day?
He probably runs more. I mean, Devin Haney. I don't know like every day, but they say he's usually always like in shape
Well,
from
how
what
come he can't make 135? See what I'm getting at there. If
because
you're running your 6 miles a day,
because he's
then
getting bigger physically. Like he's 24, so we know how that
well,
is.
he is growing. That's true enough.
Mhm.
But I'm not sure he's well. If he can't make the weight, he can't make the weight.
And
So
he's
now you're
going to the
talking about him
clubs more.
fighting.
I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Like he do be going to the clubs more. That's how he got caught up. So that alcohol too. Alcohol make you gain weight. But I think he's Muslim, so he shouldn't be drinking anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, I just always question whether they run or not. And when
Mm,
you like you said, and when you were in the army, you got to run 6 miles. Why? Because you got to be ready, right? You got to be ready to go. And that's my attitude toward the training with these fighters. And they don't do that. That's what Marvin Hagler used to do. He ran whether he's fighting or not, man, he's running every day like he's in the military.
Yeah,
And these guys don't do that. And that's why when I look at Haney, I look at him and I go, that dude ain't running 6 miles a day. You don't look like it to me.
I mean,
So
that's really up to them. I mean, that's what makes a good fighter also from a great fighter. You gotta, you know, always train. They should always be training, but
So I think he can make 135 if it's all he's got to do. Well, I don't know how much longer. You're right. He is only 24. He is only 24. And he's going to end up being like a welterweight or something, probably, by the time he's 28, 29.
Yeah.
But, so yeah. So who should he fight then? I don't know. How about Tio Lopez at 140?
I think that's an amazing fight. I think that's an amazing fight. They should fight, or Devin, he can try to fight Regis and get a belt, or he can fight Rolly. People not bringing that up. But I mean, he can fight Rolly, or he can fight Regis, and as long as he get a belt, I want him to have a belt. So when him and Tio meet up, it'll make for a better fight.
Rolly might give Haney more problems than people think.
Why do you think that?
I mean, Tank took care of business fairly easily, but I think Tank's a way better counterpuncher. I think he's a little craftier. I think he's a little more savvy in there than Haney is. I think he's a little more quick thinking.
No, that's bullshit, John.
You think so?
Rolly was tagging him up. Rolly was fucking up Tank.
Yes, Rolly was winning. I agree.
Yeah, man.
I know he was. I know he got hit, but Rolly would hit Haney even more. Is my point. Is that if he's hitting Davis like that, he's going to hit Haney, man. I think. I think.
Haney's quicker. He's more defensively sound than Tank.
I don't know. Yeah. Thought he was a grabber.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of his defense. I don't like it, but yeah, he is a grabber.
If he grabs Haney, or if he grabs Davis, man, I think Davis would rip his head off. You don't want to be grabbing Davis if you're Haney, man. And risk getting an uppercut. Eat one of those left uppercuts from Davis. That's not in Haney's best interest.
Yeah.
He is grabbing and fighting on the inside with Tank Davis, man.
Yeah, but that fight's never gonna happen though. That fight's never gonna happen. You already know Tank. He's an in-house fighter. They're gonna put him against Rolly again for that belt. Either that or they're gonna see if they can make Ryan fight Rolly, and then he gets the winner of that. But most likely it's gonna be.
I wouldn't pay one nickel, a penny. I wouldn't watch Ryan Garcia for free. No fucking way. Not after what he did, man. And I called it on Rapstar Live before I changed my pick at the last hour. I said on this very channel that Garcia is not going to take that straight left, and he stands there and takes, he's going to be in big trouble. And that's exactly what he did. Then he took it in the gut, took it in the chin, and he took it on the gut. And he didn't even take it in the gut. He took it on the rib cage. No way, man. Why would you want to watch that guy after what he did against Davis, man? He took that knee like that and then popped up and hugged Davis and stuff.
That was gay.
No way. Get the fuck out of here, Garcia. No way. He ought to be run out of boxing, man. That was ridiculous. And then fight that at 136, all that nonsense with the weight and everything. And then when he got hit, then he took a knee. On weight drain.
Breaking news. Stephen Fulton's pulling out the fight.
What?
Yep, breaking news.
I'm not surprised.
What's the reason, Rap?
Japanese commission does not agree for Stephen Fulton in order for them to choose how the raps go.
What?
Yep, Stephen Fulton is pulling out the fight. He don't want no smoke with the Japanese monster.
I mean,
that's whack.
They're gonna call him a duck, but I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know. I seen that video Rachel posted, so I don't know. Would y'all take the fight?
What was the
Yeah, I
reason?
mean, why
Did you
not?
say the reason
What?
I didn't hear it, or what
Because
was
he
the
didn't like
reason?
the way his hand. He didn't like the way
reason
his hands were wrapped.
the reason is you a bunch of fucking pussies. I just made that up. It's just a comedy show right now. I'm just having fun. I just made
You
Now
fucking.
Fulton might pull out.
that
Fulton might pull out for real, or he
up.
should wrap his hands the same. Fulton better wrap his hands the same.
Benny Hill over here, man. Trying to be
I
Benny
got you
Hill.
guys there, huh? I got you guys there, though.
Yeah.
You wouldn't put it past me. You would have thought, shit, is that really happening?
I would have believed it. You're damn right I would have believed it. Yeah. I was all ready to believe it.
Yeah.
Sure was.
Oh, shit. Hey, listen, man. Anything can happen. It's boxing, mate. It's boxing for you. Anything can
It's
happen.
boxing, mate.
That's right, bro. Anything can happen. You know what I mean? You be fucking just thinking, fuck. Tuesday as well. That fight's on Tuesday. Can you believe it? The fight's on Tuesday. Do you know what time? That fight's on a crazy hour. You know that for some people. Yeah, you guys better get ready on Tuesday. What time is that fight going to be for the people in America, John?
Somebody said it's like 4 a.m. or something, because I think it's
I think
6
it is
p.m.
true. I think it's 10 a.m. for me.
It's 6 p.m. Japanese time, right?
So what time is that going to be for you?
I don't know. What time is it for you? And I'll tell you.
Steven said you had me checking. Everybody said you guys had me fucking checking and everything. Everybody had a heart attack.
That's fucking funny.
What time's that fight? 4:25 a.m. says Johnny Durag. What? You guys are going to be watching that fight till 6 in the morning in America.
Well, it's 5:30 in the morning now. So
you guys are going to be watching this fight strong in the morning, early morning.
You want to see the sunrise, mate?
Yes, bruv.
No, you can't see it.
Wow, this fight's going on, bro.
But you can see that it's coming up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Be coming up over there in the next few minutes. So I've been up all night anyway because I fucking fell asleep about 7:30 p.m.
Anyway, man, let me tell you something, Johnny boy. Get ready for next week, bruv. Big fucking fights.
You're gonna be live, right?
From Tuesday, I'll be live for the INOUE fight, and I'll be live for the Errol Spence versus Crawford, mate. Get ready.
Oh, I don't. Last time I talked to you, you weren't sure if you were gonna go live or wait till after the fight.
Fuck it, we might have to do an after fight party. I don't know. We'll check it out. I might just get too excited and just want to watch the fight, bruv. I might just want to watch the fight and not be talking. Do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, just do after party.
A barn burner, bro.
We just do an after party, mate. But yeah, listen, man. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Lisa, don't be a stranger, Lisa. Make sure we hear from you because you know Errol Spence Crawford fight. I want to hear from you after that fight as well.
Okay.
Lisa, thanks for coming on, Lisa. Appreciate you.
No problem.
All right, Lisa.
Yeah,
Speak to you
much
soon.
respect to Lisa for sure. Much respect, Rapstar, to Lisa and Rapstar both.
Yeah, man. To everybody in the chat, to everybody in the chat, let's get ready. Next week, it's going down. Big things going down in boxing. I'm out of here. Peace.